Okay, good evening, everybody. This is the City Council closed session meeting for August 20th, and we will call the meeting to order at 4:30. And can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember White?
Here.
Councilmember Voigt? Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Here.
Mayor Finn?
Here, thank you. Do we have any public comments regarding closed session?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No colors on the line, Nicole.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Pinckney, can you please read the items for discussion?
Yes, item B1 is potential initiation of litigation involving 3 potential cases. Item B2 is conference with real property negotiators. This relates to property described as approximately 52 acres of vacant land. The APN is listed in the agenda. Item B3 is real property negotiations. The property is described as approximately 6.26 acres of vacant land on the north of West 4th Street and south of State Road 60 and east of Beaumont Crossroads Logistics, and the APN is listed in the agenda. And then item B4, real property negotiations. The property described as vacant land with the APN numbers listed in the agenda, located north of 5th Street and west of Edgar in Beaumont. Item B5, real property negotiations, and this involves 30 acres of vacant land, and the APN is listed in the agenda. And then the last item, B6, is significant exposure to litigation involving 1 potential case.
All right, thank you, sir. And we're expecting Ms. Voigt to join us in a few minutes in closed session. So we will adjourn to closed session at 4:31. Okay, good evening, everybody. Thank you for your patience. This is the regular session of the City Council meeting for August 20th, and we will call the meeting to order at 6:12. And can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember White?
Here.
Councilmember Voigt?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Here.
Mayor Finn?
Here, thank you. And please note for the record that Ms. Voigt arrived at closed session at 6:40 and, sorry, 4:40. Thank you. And Mr. Pinckney, can we get a report out of closed session?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item B1 was conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation involving 3 potential cases. On 2 of the matters, there was no reportable action, and on 1 of the potential cases, there was reportable action. And there was a motion by Councilmember Voigt and a second by Councilmember Laura to initiate a lawsuit to secure the city's interest in the Seneca Springs lift station. And the vote was Councilmember Voigt in favor, Councilmember Laura in favor, Councilmember Martinez in favor, Councilmember White in favor, and the mayor in favor as well. The second item was B2, which was conference with real property negotiators, and that involved 52-acre parcel of vacant land, and the APN is listed in the agenda. There was no reportable action taken on that item. Item B3, also real property negotiations involving 6.26 acres of vacant land. As described in the agenda, there was no reportable action taken on that item. Item B4 was also a real property negotiation involving the property listed on that item in the agenda, and the APN number is also listed. There was no reportable action taken on that item. B5, there was no reportable action, and B6, there was no reportable action. And as I understand, we may be going back into closed session to
Yes,
finish
yes, sir,
up,
that is the plan.
and that's to finish up some of the items on the closed session list.
Correct.
Okay, so if we go back into closed session at the end of the meeting, then we may have a further report out at that time.
Yes, sir,
And that
thank you.
concludes the report out at this moment.
Okay, thank you, sir. And do we have any actions on any requests for excused absences? Okay, seeing none. So we will officially begin our meeting with an invocation by Bishop Kessler Heitritter, and then followed immediately following that, we'll have a pledge of allegiance led by Mayor Pro Tem Laura Kessler.
Our Father in heaven, we bow our heads and offer thee thanks this day for all of the many blessings that we receive from thee. We're thankful for this wonderful country, all the freedoms that we enjoy. We're thankful for all those that serve this beautiful city that we live in and love. We're grateful for those on the city council and the supporting positions within the city government. We're thankful for those that serve our city in other ways, in fire and police and other emergency positions, and we ask a blessing upon them and their families for their service to our community. We pray at this time a blessing to be upon this proceeding, that all those that participate can have their voices heard, that all will remember to be polite and cordial as various points are shared, and that those that are on the city council and able to make decisions might do so in the best interest of the city, and that they might be blessed with wisdom and inspiration to know what course of action should be taken. We pray at this time that the most important things that need to be discussed will be discussed, and that as we all depart to go our various ways, that we will do so in safety and find our homes and our families safe there as well. And we love thee, Father, and we ask these things now in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please join me in the pledge for our nation's flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Okay, so I've got a couple of suggestions for an adjustment for the agenda. Due to a recusal, and Ms. Voigt can explain, give an explanation for that, we'd like to move items J3 and J7 immediately following public hearing number I3. So Ms. Voigt, you want to take that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I'm going to have a couple of recusals today. Surprise, surprise. I will be recusing myself from G11 as my residence is in one of those track maps there. And then I also will be recusing myself from I3, J3, and J7 as they all relate to fire-related services in which my spouse is associated with.
All right, thank you. And any other recommended changes?
Mayor, I'd like to pull an item off the agenda, G10, and we will bring that back at a later meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any others? Okay, seeing none. We're on to announcements, recognitions, and proclamations and correspondence and so forth. We'd like to introduce our battalion chief, Ryan Dutton.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. What I want to do today is introduce our new battalion chief for the city of Beaumont, Ryan Dutton. Ryan began his fire service career in 2007 as a volunteer firefighter with Riverside County, serving in the community of Rubidoux. He then started his career with CAL FIRE as a firefighter 2 paramedic in the Blythe Battalion, where I was his battalion chief. Ryan then promoted to engineer paramedic in the city of Beaumont at Station 66, and later promoted to his latest assignment was fire captain at Station 66. This past few months, a couple months ago, Ryan promoted to battalion chief. He's battalion 3113 and is now one of the Beaumont battalion chiefs. He has served also as the Explorer Post Advisor since being assigned to Station 66 in 2017, has provided training and mentorship to several hundred youth members of the community. Ryan also teaches on multiple training cadres for our department and has partnered with many of the surrounding area departments, including our police department, to work together on training and projects. Ryan is engaged in the community and has coordinated multiple public relation events such as Sidewalk CPR, Spark of Love, and Career Day events. Ryan is looking forward to continuing to serve the city of Beaumont in his new role and is committed to providing the highest level of public safety. So I introduce to you Battalion 3113, Ryan Dutton.
Congratulations, Ryan, and we appreciate your service and keep up the good work, sir. Thank you. Now we're pleased to introduce a new economic development manager, Joel Belding.
Thank you, Mayor. After a lengthy recruitment, we finally have an economic development manager. Joe Belding will be starting officially tomorrow. However, he was kind enough to come tonight on his last day off so that council could meet him. It was a very competitive recruitment. Joel stood out from the other candidates extremely higher than everybody else. I'm going to let Joel talk to you about his background, where he comes from, and what he's been doing for the last 25 years.
Sure. So the search drive, a little over 25 years.
Real quick, can you tell me again what the title was?
Economic Development Manager.
Thank you.
So I have about a little over 25 years of urban planning and redevelopment experience. I started my career in the city of Riverside, ended up working for the redevelopment agency overseeing the downtown area primarily, where there's a lot of new development that I was instrumental in delivering. I subsequently moved to the city of Irvine, worked there for about 13 years. The last 4 years spent in the redevelopment of the former Marine Corps Air Station El Toro into the Great Park. That's really transitioned into construction now. I was looking for an opportunity to work a little bit closer to home as my kids are almost graduating and moving on to start their adult lives. So I'm thrilled with this opportunity. I think there's tremendous potential here. Just looking at the agenda tonight, the city's making big steps, and I'm very excited to be a part of that. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Well, welcome, Joel, and I understand we were on your radar already, huh?
Yes, yeah.
So I appreciate the effort that you put in, and welcome aboard.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to have a public comment period for any items that are not on tonight's agenda. And since we have several public three public hearings tonight, I wanted to share the information in reference to our, the rules to our public comments. So any one person may address the city council for this section for any matter that is not on the agenda. There's a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There'll be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action brought up by your comments. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. And anyone in person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a blank form at the back of the room and handing it to a staff member. So with that, do we have any public comments for any items that are not on tonight's agenda?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
All right, thank you. So on to item G, our consent calendar. Do we have any items to be pulled for discussion? Okay, and so we did pull G10. So can I get a motion for the other remaining items, G1 through 9 and 11?
Do you want to exclude 11, Mayor?
Did we pull G10 for a future meeting? Sorry. So we really
Yes.
aren't pulling it from here, right? I mean, we can still just approve the consent calendar as is, correct?
Do we need to?
No,
G11. I thought-
So, I
G11 's-
apologize, I was having a hard time hearing, but the G10's been pulled.
Uh-huh.
So if you approve the consent calendar, it doesn't include G10.
Okay, gotcha, okay.
So we can approve the consent calendar as is?
Yes. I
Okay.
move to approve the consent calendar as it is.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura,
Yes.
Mayor Finn.
Yes, thank you. Okay. And then on to our youth council report. Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, just real briefly, we are in heavy recruitment. So I want to thank the Beaumont Unified School District for their great cooperation in helping in recruitment. And I believe the city will have a booth at the August 29th back-to-school night, back to school for all school members. So that'll be at the district. And I appreciate all that Julie's doing and Shannon and Elizabeth and everyone behind that, so thank you.
Very good, thank you. So on to item I for I1, our public hearing in consideration for proposed amendments to the Beaumont Municipal Code, Chapter 9.03, Regulations of Special Events Definition, Section 9.03.020.I. Is that an I? All right, thank you. That's Plan 2024-0064. Now, this was the recommendation from staff that this be continued, correct? Okay. So I'll open the public hearing briefly to see if we have any public comments, and then we'll continue that if okay with the council. Okay, so we'll open the public hearing at 6:25. And Nicole, do we have any public comments on item I1?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, and so then we will, do we need a vote to continue?
You can close the public hearing.
Okay.
If you'd like, or you can continue the matter, including the public hearing to it.
I'd like to continue the matter so we can hear any future comments once we have a staff presentation on that. Do we need to?
So, yeah, vote to
do we need-
continue it.
So I moved that we vote to continue this item. And then that date will be set by staff when appropriate, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'll
Second.
second. Oh, sorry.
Go for it.
Sal second.
Okay, so roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura,
Yes.
Mayor Finn.
Yes, thank you. On to item I2, public hearing of tentative parcel map 38953, PM 2024-003, for consideration of a finance and conveyance map to subdivide 110.19 acres into 6 parcels located in Planning Area 20 of the Oak Valley and SCPGA Golf Course Specific Plan, and its assessor's parcel number 413-790-010. And we have a staff report on that by Ms. Jillian Fountain, excuse me.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jillian Fountain, Planning Staff. An application for a tentative parcel map for finance and conveyance purposes only was submitted to the city on May 10th, 2024. A public notice was placed in the Press Enterprise, and property owners within 300 feet were notified of this public hearing. No comments have been received to date. The Beaumont Municipal Code, Section 16.04.020, designates the Planning Commission as the advisory agency charged with reviewing and making recommendation on all proposed tentative subdivision maps in the city. The Planning Commission can conditionally approve or disapprove tentative subdivision maps and submit them to the City Council for final approval. The Planning Commission reviewed the application on July 24th and forwarded a recommendation of approval to the City Council. The Oak Valley SCPGA specific plan was adopted by the County of Riverside in 2001, allowing a total of 4,355 dwelling units. The property was annexed into the City of Beaumont in 2003. The developments within the specific plan include Tournament Hills and Fairway Canyon. The proposed subdivision is located within Phase 4 of the Fairway Canyon development. The proposed finance and conveyance map includes planning areas 20A1, 20A2, 20B1, 20B2, 20C1, and 20C2, which is 6 separate parcels. An EIR was certified for the Oak Valley SCPGA specific plan in 2001, with the latest addendum approved by the City Council in 2014, and is subject to the mitigation measures. The proposed subdivision does not present any changes or additional impacts that were not previously addressed pursuant Section 15162 of CEQA guidelines. Staff recommends that City Council open public hearing, take public testimony, and approve tentative parcel map number 38953, PM 2024-0003 to the underlying tract 31462 is subject to the development agreement and the attached conditions of approval. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer answer any questions, and Carol is also available.
All right, thank you, Jillian. And I will open the public comments, or public hearing at 6:29. And do we have any public comments on the matter?
Yes, sir. I have an in-person request from Michelle Lopez.
Hi, my name is Michelle Lopez, and in November of this past year, I purchased a home in the Fairway Canyon, Augusta homes, and upon purchasing the house, we picked a lot on a corner of Faldo and Sorenstam, and we were told that there would never be anything built behind our home, and which is why we picked that lot. We were told that it would be either like a greenway or a rain catch basin. And recently, we had somebody approach our house saying that they were going to change our view fence so that we could see out to a vinyl fence and put a house the entire length of our backyard. And we wouldn't have purchased this house had we known, because we'd been told multiple times from people from D.R. Horton and from people from Meritage who own the land behind us that nothing would be put there. And so we don't want a house behind our house. We have a partial golf course view and some wild area behind our house, and I don't want to look at a building. I would have bought a different lot had I known that that was the course of action that was going to be taken. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Michelle. If you'll pause for just a moment, a quick question for you. So in reference to who communicated that to you, was it the sales staff of the builder that you purchased from?
Yes, also a developer from Meritage that had been behind our house. There was multiple people. I didn't think at that time to get a name because
Okay.
I was told nothing was being built there.
All right, appreciate it. Main question is did it come from city staff? Did it come from the builder and so forth? When,
Yeah,
so we-
originally, when we first looked at the home, it came from D.R. Horton, who was our builder. And then later, it had come from Meritage's people.
Okay, all right, thank you for sharing. Appreciate your comments. Oh, go ahead, Mr. White.
Yeah, you said it was corner of Faldo, and what was the
Sorenstam.
Sorenstam. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I have no other written requests. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
All right, thank you. So I'll close the public hearing at 6:32. And we'll turn the time over to council for questions and discussion. I think we're going to take a moment. Everybody's kind of getting oriented here.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. White.
How many homes is this? I didn't see it in the staff report.
Okay.
I mean, I see a parcel.
Councilmember
area.
White, it doesn't, this is a finance and conveyance map, so it does not identify the number of homes. It basically splits the properties into 6 large chunks that can be sold off to merchant builders in the future.
What
And
is
those
that?
merchant builders will then work on doing the subdivision of those large lots.
Isn't there already an entitled amount for those large lots?
On 341 on my computer, it has a breakdown
Okay.
of the proposed design based on each planning area.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
So it looks like there is, on south area, vacant land, seeing, some are, the general plan states open space, and some does say vacant land. Do we know where her property will lie? Or where her property lies?
Yes, based on the map, she is one of the last green next to the purple. So the house right behind her, there is a home proposed there.
341, sorry. Yeah, I'm bringing it up now.
So it's all the blue?
Yes,
So that's about, I guess that your chart's showing about 360 lots?
366 is what it's showing, yes.
Okay. And to the north, if this is a north-south map, those are already built?
Yes,
Okay.
And then in looking at the map itself, Sorenstam Drive continues in front of the park and comes down to the westerly, well, kind of the northwesterly side of the green area and divides between the green and the blue, correct? That's a full
Yes.
street through there? Okay.
that I believe is it's the start of Faldo and it's gonna continue back.
So I know sometimes that we don't know what lane we're supposed to be in. So what is it that you're asking for us from tonight? Because it's been approved by the planning commission, correct? So
It's-
what action do you need from us tonight?
The planning commission has forwarded a recommendation of approval for you guys to approve.
Okay, and were
or
there
deny.
any other recommendations other than approval from the planning commission?
No, our recommendation is approval. Because this is a map that's just for the developer to parcel off sections to sell to merchant developers.
Well, we're not in a position to make decisions on whether or not houses get built this way.
No,
and
that
kind
would,
of
that
thing.
would have been a different map.
Okay.
Yes. That map is currently being reviewed internally for their final track map.
Here, look.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. White, you done there?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just quickly, so there are no conditions typically attached to a finance map, correct? It's just to split it up and sell off the pieces.
Yeah,
So this does not lock them in to any, or help them to avoid any design guidelines or any other things like that, because there's no,
exactly. Yeah,
Plan
so that
to-
would be a separate submittal.
okay, thank you, that's all I have.
All right, were there discussing questions over there? So this area was as part of the Fairway Canyon Phase 4, as you pointed out, was expected to be homes all along.
Yes.
So obviously, we have a communication breakdown between, a builder and a homeowner. But a big question that I have, and I want to reference to a set of homes that's on Palmer, also in Fairway Canyon, in the Phase 1 or Phase 2 portion of Fairway Canyon. When I happened to be a sales agent for Lennar at the time, and right behind our set of homes was supposed to be an elementary school. Well, and then years later, after we finished the project, and I got transferred off to some other development, and driving back through there, I went, why is there homes there and not a school? And then I heard, this might be speculation, but I'd heard that the school district said that is not a large enough site for an elementary school, so therefore one was not built. So my big question is, this proposed site for a school, has anybody at the school district chimed in to say, yes, we could use that, and we plan to use that for a future school, if that be the case? I'd hate for it to be sold to the homeowners, yet again, we're expecting another elementary school, and it not happen. Has there been any discussion with staff, and is there any information that we know of this to this point?
Staff has not received anything from the school district. They do receive these prior to going to Development Review Committee, but I believe David will be able to speak further into
Yeah,
that.
come on up, sir.
Right.
And then for the council and the audience, tell us who you are.
Good evening. My name is Dave Hendricks. I'm the project manager for Meritage Homes, the applicant for the parcel map. The reason for the parcel map is actually to create a parcel, which is the -18 map, which is a 12.8 acre school site. So that was the need for us to process the parcel map. Otherwise, we would have just processed regular tentative maps for all residential. But the -18 map will be the K through elementary school site that we're currently in negotiations with the school district. And they're currently designing a site plan that we've had the first iteration review. So that's the purpose of the conveyance. So the only parcel that would be conveyed out of these 6 would be for the -18 map, which is 12.8 acres for the school site. And that's on Weemet Way and Sorenstam.
Okay, so I appreciate hearing that you guys are in discussions with them.
Well, that's the whole purpose of this map. This parcel map is to create a legal parcel, because they won't be subdividing it. They'll be processing a site plan based upon the legal parcel that they'll be acquiring then for the school.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir.
Yes, any other questions, I would be happy to respond.
Okay. Ms. Voigt, your computer was
Oh,
in the way,
sorry.
but go right ahead. Okay. Mr. Martinez, you fine? Okay, Mr. White.
So bottom line here, if we turn this map down, we get sued, right?
The item before you is just to create 6 parcels.
Right.
The drill down that was addressed in the public comment, I don't think that's really before you tonight. It's just you're creating the 6 parcels.
That's sort of where I'm going at, is that we
And
really, it's more of an administrative position that we're
it's-
doing tonight.
Yeah, if it was an arbitrary and capricious denial, then
Okay.
they might take issue with that,
Okay, so I will make a motion to approve the staff recommendations, which I'm not seeing them. I just moved to approve the staff recommendations, unless there's anything else I'm supposed to approve.
All right, so do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, so we got a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we are on to item I3, in which at this point, Ms. Voigt will recuse herself. We'll call you back when we're done with J7. All right. So item I3 is a public hearing and consideration of resolution for the First Amendment to the city's fiscal year 2025 through 2029 capital improvement plan. And we have staff report by our city manager, Elizabeth Gibbs.
Thank you, Mayor. On June 4th of this year, you adopted a 5-year capital improvement plan through resolution number 2024-15. At the last city council meeting on July 16th, County of Riverside Deputy Chief Pemberton was here in the audience and spoke to council about a fire engine that was pending delivery to the county, and city council asked if it was possible for the city of Beaumont to purchase one of the engines pending delivery. Chief Pemberton subsequently sent a proposal and specs over for that fire engine. In order to purchase that fire engine, which is another item on your agenda, and for me to issue a PO to the city council or to the County of Riverside, we do need to amend the capital improvement plan to allocate funding to that purchase. And so I'm recommending that city council use $700,000 out of the fire services diff and $1 million out of your general fund in order to issue that PO. It is a little bit higher than what the fire engine PO will be issued for. However, the PO will not include any outfitting of that engine, and I wanted a little bit of a buffer in there for any extra costs that come with it, instead of coming back to do another CIP amendment at a later date. And so with that, I'm here, and Chief Pemberton is here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. So we will open the public hearing at 6:43, and do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, so we will close the public hearing at 6:43, and we'll turn the time over to council for discussions and questions. Mr. White, go ahead.
If there's no one else ready to speak, I'm willing to make a motion.
Go right ahead, sir.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and move, we waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont amending the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 25 to 29 and approve a budget adjustment in the amount of $1,700,000.
I'll second that. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we're on to our action items, and as stated earlier, we're changing our order for that, so we will take on item J3 first, which is authorization to issue a purchase order to the County of Riverside in an amount not to exceed $1,383,753 for the purchase of a Schmiel Type 1 pumper fire engine capital improvement project CIP number F25-02. And we have a staff report by Elizabeth Gibbs.
Thank you, Mayor. So in a nutshell, this is the purchase of the fire engine that I briefly explained in the previous item. There is, as part of your packet, an attachment from Fire Apparatus Solutions, an attachment detailing the specifications of the engine, and then funding to outfit the engine with whatever's needed when it arrives.
All right, thank you. And do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
All right, thank you. Council discussion? Or a motion?
Mayor, I'll make the motion. If we have no discussion, I'll make the motion to approve a purchase order to the County of Riverside in an amount not to exceed $1,383,753 for the purchase of a Schmiel Type 1 pumper fire engine allocated to capital improvement project number F25-02.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you. So on to item J7, approve a purchase order change order for the County of Riverside Fire Department in the amount of $440,444. And we'll have a staff report by our Finance Director, Jennifer Eustachian.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. What we are doing is we are trying to get everything cleaned up and closed for fiscal year '24. In doing that, we received our fourth quarter invoice for fire services because we have not yet received the actual invoice. So receiving an estimate from them, It was determined that there was not enough funds left on the purchase order, and so we are requesting to increase the purchase order based on the estimate we received from Riverside County, and also to include a contingency amount in case that invoice comes in a little more than what they provided us with the estimate. So currently, we are requesting an increase of $440,444 in that purchase order to pay the fourth quarter invoice for fire services. I'm available for any questions that you have.
All right, thank you. And do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
All right, thank you. Council discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, Jennifer, when I look at the invoice, there's a, what's it, $9,062 charge for fire engine? Is that, I thought we were not getting charged for a fire engine at that station.
Sorry, what page are you on?
It is the invoice, page 644.
It's the estimate, that's right here. So that's for the fire engine agreement. It's that, the quarterly amount. No.
So the fire engine use agreement, Mayor Pro Tem, is that what you're asking about, the 9,000?
That's the 9,000, yeah.
Okay, that is an engine that's assigned to Station 66.
Okay, so this is,
The engine that you.
this isn't just 106 then? 'Cause
No,
I
no,
thought
no,
that's
no.
what I read
No.
up above.
Right.
Okay, thank you for that
That's the
clarification.
prorated amount of the annual 36,000.
Okay, and did they also prorate the adjustment of staffing that we moved from 66 to 106? Was there just,
Are you talking about the squad?
yes,
That, yes, we should not be,
does this reflect that?
so when we down the squad, Chief Pemberton, those bodies were moved to 106. We were not charged for the squad bodies. Correct?
Yes, you were not charged because they were moved. So you, in theory, were still charged for the same body. They just weren't at 66. They were at 106. So whatever that delta was between the two. Those bodies still remain in the city. They just went to another station. And just as a point of clarification, the 9,000, I think it was $9,062.50, that's the maintenance agreement for the engine that's at 66.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martinez? No. You good? Okay.
Mayor, I'll move to approve the, I was gonna say something I shouldn't say, but I just lost the, I'll let someone else make that motion.
Mayor, I make a motion to approve the purchase order change order for the County of Riverside Fire Department in the amount of $440,440.
I'll second that.
$44.
What, I'm sorry?
$44. You said 40.
$44. $440,044.
There you go.
Sorry. Tongue-tied. Been a long night.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you. And if someone can track down Jessica? So we're moving on to item J1, our traffic impact analysis guidelines, and we'll have a staff report by our Public Works Director, if I'm saying that right, Mr. Robert Vestal. There he is.
Thank you, Mayor. The TA guidelines is a result from a level of service discussion that occurred on March 5th, 2024. Council directed staff to consider a level of service C in lieu of the current level of service D for select parts of the city, and develop guidelines to further reduce traffic impacts from new development and significant redevelopment. Staff directed the city's traffic engineer, Fair and Piers, to develop a traffic impact analysis guidelines in response to the city council's direction. Jason Pack from Fair and Piers is here to present on the guidelines. While he's getting ready, I'll comment that the TIA guidelines are a technical document intended to guide engineers as they prepare traffic studies related to land development projects and infrastructure projects. The staff report summarizes many of those concepts, and the presentation here today will elaborate on those concepts. The action is to approve the guidelines. If council approves the guidelines, staff will bring a future item before council for implementation and enforcement via an ordinance. So with that, Jason, take it away.
All right, thank you, Robert. And I don't know, can you guys see the PowerPoint I have up on the laptop?
Yes.
All right. So since you all are honorary traffic engineers after our last conversation, I'll preface this by saying there's a lot of text in these slides, which I do apologize, but hopefully it's a pretty straightforward presentation to go through tonight. So here's the agenda of what I wanted to cover. First is the background. Second are proposed changes to the city's TIA guidelines, which again only apply for new development within the city. One of the requirements that they have to do is this traffic impact analysis. And then ultimately seek your input, make sure we hit the mark. And as Robert said, likely bring this back or will bring this back for adoption through some sort of resolution or ordinance. So this slide, I think you saw the last time I was here. This is just the definition of how it's defined or of how level of service is defined in the Beaumont General Plan. This really is one of the cornerstones of what we look at in a traffic impact analysis. So all new development, or I should say most new development of any size, is doing these traffic impact analyses and really identifying the needed infrastructure at intersections and on roadway segments within the city. So currently the traffic impact study guidelines, I've got a slide later in this, but I'll cover it right now. It's taking this policy and goal about managing traffic, and especially policy 412, which talks about maintaining level service D on what we defined in the general plan as auto priority streets. And we pull that into the traffic impact study guidelines as kind of the threshold of what we want to maintain at the intersection level. So again, this is when new development comes in. These guidelines provide that direction to the developer, their engineers that are working on the project. The TIA guidelines also talk about VMT, or vehicle miles traveled, that's required by CEQA. So we didn't really propose any changes to how that's currently outlined in the guidelines. Our focus was more on the level of service component to really reflect some of what we heard from our previous conversations with you all. So the current guidelines, as they're currently adopted, really talk about maintaining level service D. That's kind of what's defined. And then any project that degrades the level service below level service D must improve that facility back to D as in dog. So kind of what we heard and what I've personally observed doing work here in the city is during our presentation on March 5th, it was loud and clear to me that council was pretty concerned about congestion. When we went back and we looked at the council action plan, that was also a big component as far as addressing congestion that we saw there. I've been helping the city and reviewing some of the proposed development, particularly in the southwest part of the city. Having worked on the general plan, I'm not sure we contemplated the size and scale of a lot of that development in the general plan. And then also on my last bullet point here, I want to just point out the fact that when we do talk about industrial uses and what the zoning allows, there's a huge variation on the number of trips that they generate. So the rates that we have from the national guidance vary from 1.71 trips per 1,000 square feet per day, all the way up to 6.44 trips per 1,000 square feet. So a huge variation. We try and not overestimate. We try and not underestimate when the engineers are looking at assessment. But there is just that kind of little bird on the back of my mind that's just wondering, if we get a bunch of parcel sort distribution facilities across the board here, we may have undershot the mark and our infrastructure hasn't been sized accordingly. So after all of this and our previous conversations, subsequent conversations with Robert, we went back, we took a look at updating the TIA guidelines to kind of blend what we heard, still maintain some level of consistency with the city's general plan goals, maintain consistency with the city's general plan goals and policies. And what we've proposed is essentially taking, I'll call it the new part of the city in the southwest. So when you get south of I-10, west of Pennsylvania, having basically a requirement that as new development comes in that they maintain a better level service, in this case level service C. Part of me thinks that this will build in a little bit of factor safety, if you will, if some of those developments that go in are generating higher trip gen than what we had anticipated, but also more importantly, I think to reflect what we heard from council at our previous presentations. So I'm not proposing, at least as part of the current guidelines update that we've done, to address any other level service policies anywhere else in the city as far as it would be implemented in the guidelines. So really just focus again west of Pennsylvania, south of Interstate 10. So with that, I wanted to open it up for questions, see if, get council input, and obviously bring back any recommended changes, modifications, ultimately through resolution or ordinance for full adoption at a later date.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Jason. And do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Kara, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, questions and discussion with council? Mr. White, your light's on?
So the recommendations that you are bringing here, well, let me back up a second. This is to help us help provide us guidance on estimating development fees, basically for developers, correct?
I'd say this is actually in addition to development fees. So this is more focused on if you have a land use development going in, is the current infrastructure sized correctly? If it's not, let's make sure it's sized before the development occurs. I'd say impact fees deal more with future, 20-year out roadway where we're developing fair share. So part of the information we get for that clearly helps with what diff fees and other impact fees pay for. But this is really more focused on whether the current infrastructure is sized to support what's currently proposed.
So it's fees for developers to help mitigate the transportation infrastructure.
Combination of both fees as well as conditions of approval to implement things before they're required, ideally. And Robert, I don't know if you have something else you want to add.
Yeah, we will take the TIA result analysis and develop conditions for a project. So this document will help the city establish when they need a signal, how many lanes of road, if it's meets the general plan, things of that nature. A recent example would be the industrial that was approved. It was analyzed from the city with much more broader parameters, and these will tighten those up a little bit and allow us to say, no, we are requesting a intersection here because your project is impacting it. So it kind of gives the city tools to not necessarily require more, but maybe apply a better model to how they're analyzing their project.
Okay, so we've talked before, Robert, in council about doing something similar like this for the bigger projects, like Beaumont Avenue and the I-10, 79, and Beaumont First, 60, and I-10, that whole area. We talked about that for a while, that we wanted to be able to throw those numbers at developers and say, okay, you're going to help us build the Beaumont interchange that's $1.5 billion or whatever it's going to be to build. Is that accounted for in this study?
So what I would suggest is that a large infrastructure project like a new interchange, that could be, $100 million to upgrade an interchange, well north of 50 million. Because of the capital cost of that, it's typically unfair for a single developer to bear that entire burden. So that's usually where we're looking at TUMP fees at the regional level. Here locally, we could look at DIF fees or other type of, I'll call it regional or citywide programs where we're paying for a portion of that, and you're spreading it across multiple developments to keep the cost reasonable for a single development. What these guidelines do is they help you identify how that gets calculated as a part of it. But then secondarily, I think the bigger part is each of these developments will identify, is that needed now? Is it needed tomorrow? Or is it not needed for 10 or 20 years? And that helps us identify, should the developer be conditioned to deliver it now? And typically it wouldn't be an interchange, it'd be at a left turn pocket, you need to put a signal here. So that's where it gets to the conditions of approval, a roadway widening to serve the project. But then those future ones, like the interchanges, those are typically better handled through more of a regional or a citywide impact fee program, which I know Robert and I have talked about in the past, but this is more specific guidance to developers to give the city and Public Works Department the right information to create those conditions of approval, but then also collect monies for some of that regional infrastructure.
My issue is that we have, I know I don't have the right count, but let's say 4 major projects coming, industrial projects. that if you believe the square footage that the applicants are putting in for, we're looking at 45 million square feet that's going to be in this area that we're talking about, which is south of the 60 and west of Pennsylvania. And the longer we wait to come up with those numbers, the faster these other applications are going to come in, and then they're going to say, well, no, you didn't have those numbers before. So my concern is that we need to get an overall number for the big projects. And if that's not what this is doing here, that I understand, that's fine. But I'm using this opportunity in an open session to argue for the fact that we need to go to these developers and say, yeah, you have diff fees, you have tump fees, you have all those other fees, but we need the Beaumont interchange built, and therefore your share of that is 20 or 30 million or whatever dollar per square feet of their project. But I think the longer that we wait on this, and I know we've been talking about it for a while, the longer we wait on this, the further behind we get with developers coming in, and we're in a position we are with other things as far as grandfathering in something new charge that we came up. So sometimes you take an opportunity with an open council item to bring up something else. So that's sort of what I'm doing here. I'm good with what you've done here. I appreciate that.
I'd like to add to that. So staff is currently working on a plan to address that.
Okay.
We're working with city manager and Fair and Peers. He's not under contract yet, but we're working towards that rather quickly.
Okay.
So there'll be a future item to discuss that exact concept.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you very much for the detail that's in this traffic analysis. So the guidelines, it looks like there's going to be, like you said, you're tightening or you're fine tuning the requirements so that when they do a study, there's going to be multiple studies and they're going to be done at specific times. They're going to be done at peak times rather than just taking times during the summer where traffic can be slower or less, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
That is correct, yeah.
Which I appreciate. You're not going to allow them to do it during holidays when everybody's gone. So that's the detail that I like. I think that gives us, to Councilmember White's point, tighter traffic analysis will justify improvements to intersections perhaps that we don't have today currently. One thing though is that because it does increase the number of studies, it looks like, if I understand that correctly, that's not going to have an effect as far as the timing to review and get these projects through, right? It's not going to slow anything down.
No, it won't be increased. It will not increase the number of studies. It'll just make the studies more thorough.
Okay.
And more inclusive of what we're, as a city, looking for.
Yeah, the city already has guidelines, so, traffic studies are coming in currently. Just, this is more, I think, a tightening, after the guidelines were adopted back in 2000. Okay. This is just a refinement of that to create just some added clarity, I think, for people doing those studies, to do them more consistently.
And the thing that I really appreciate is the fact that we get a level C in one area of the city where it's feasible, and a level D, but in the level D area, you added some traffic items or suggestions where they may have to do the double left-hand turn protected, and which did a great job at Pennsylvania. It really moves the traffic through there. So those things like that you have in here, I appreciate, because you're trying to increase traffic flow where it is difficult at this time and look to the future for an area. The last question is, those areas that may anticipate annexation, where a lot of times the developer wants to change the zone, right? It's not currently zoned, it's zoned for residential, and now it's going to be zoned for warehouses, is what a lot of them like to do. Will this get picked up in those types of situations?
Yeah, so as they annex, they'll have to adopt whatever rules or guidelines we impose on them. It's currently written, though, that only areas south of the 10 and west of Pennsylvania will be a level C. So that's primarily where a lot of the annexation is occurring right now.
Right.
But did you want, like Brookside and Highland Springs, if that parcel was to annex into the city, that should be a level of service C?
I'd like staff to be able to make that determination, or at least have that flexibility to do that if it makes sense in a certain area. If you're out, say, east of 79, in that area that still looks like it potentially could start to grow. Would that be an area that, at least, say for, if it's a specific plan, could you do a level C within the specific plan that ties to a level D, level of service D? Is that reasonable, or does that not make any sense? I'm not a traffic guy, so.
Yeah, it could make sense. So especially for internal to the specific plan area, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I think it gets more complicated, say, especially in the area that you talked about, if it's funneling traffic out to, I don't know, First or Second Street, and some of its intersections with like Highland Springs, there are existing constraints there. So achieving a level of service C would likely mean some level of eminent domain or property take. So I think that's where we're trying to be sensitive in those areas.
Right.
But within a specific plan area, I think we could easily amend these to say, you know, internal to a plan development, you must maintain level of service C. That's pretty easy to do.
Okay. But great study. Thank you very much for the info.
Sure.
Yeah, I appreciate the forward thinking on it and so forth, and chasing after the low-hanging fruit on what we can do to make improvements around the city, you know, until we can tackle the bigger projects. Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, just a couple of quick things. So this is a combination really of technical study and policy decision, correct? So what I'm asking is, you know, when developers come in, if they look at something that they don't agree with, they really can't challenge it because it's really kind of a policy we've decided. They may, you know, question and that kind of stuff, but is that correct? It's really not a challengeable thing.
Yeah, I would agree. And it creates kind of that baseline of knowing what you need to achieve, having an analysis that shows you can achieve it, or if you can't, what you need to do to achieve it. So it kind of puts everybody on the same field, if you will, or same level for evaluating projects.
And can you just briefly, again, for the public's sake, why we can't go C throughout the city? Because I know there's a lot of people that don't quite understand, and they say D and say, oh, you're just kind of going for the low level, and, you know, you're not putting a lot of effort. But just briefly, what we had with all those restrictions, issues with that.
So first of all, it's maybe I'll say our grading system is not like how we were in school, right? A being good and F being poor, right? So when we look at traffic congestion, E as in Edgar represents at capacity. That means your road is designed to accommodate the demand kind of wholly, if you will. So when we look at D or C, both of those are levels that are better than capacity, which in some cases you'll have some level of congestion, but it really should be pretty minimal. C with less congestion than D. So when we're talking about this modification, it's really trying to put it in a place in the southwest part of the city where I think we have space to do it, where we build in kind of a factor of safety in case more intensive uses come later. But when you try to apply it to existing areas, and I think of like 6th Street out right in front of City Hall, if you want to create a main street or a downtown, quite frankly, congestion is kind of what you want. Successful downtowns tend to be congested because a lot of people want to go there. And you have people driving slow through your downtown, which gives businesses sight. There's all kinds of other benefits to that. So doing this in an area like the southwest part of the city, I think makes a ton of sense. If you were to require this in more developed areas or historic areas of the city, you'd run into all kinds of issues with either environmental issues or existing property owners or buildings against the roadway. So because of those constraints, we're trying to be what we'll call context sensitive to those areas and not require it. But in the largely greenfield area, west of Pennsylvania, south of the 10, we think it's appropriate to kind of build that in and require a little bit wider roads, if you will, in those areas.
And I agree, and I like how you did that separation. I thought it was a good approach, a nice balanced approach, so I appreciate it. That's all.
Yeah. And we thought it was consistent with what we heard at council, so.
Ms. Voigt, did you have anything to share, or are we ready for a motion?
Mayor, I'll move to approve the traffic impact analysis guidelines and direct staff to develop an implementation and enforcement policy for future consideration.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you. So on to item J2, our truck route study, and staff report by Mr. Robert Vestal.
All right, thank you, Mayor. On May 21st, 2024, City Council received a thorough presentation on the framework of truck route analysis. Jolene Hayes from Fair and Peers is here to present the results. Similar to the TIA guidelines, the recommended action is to approve the study, and staff will return with a general plan amendment to mimic the study, an ordinance for implementation and enforcement. With that, I'll turn it over to Jolene.
Thank you, Robert. Good
Hi.
evening, council members. Happy to see you again. And this time I have the presentation up for me. Thanks. So just real quickly tonight, we'll go over the goals and intents of why we are developing the truck route map, the land use patterns and truck route patterns, how they exist today, recommended truck routes, design deficiencies and recommendations, and then some funding strategies for implementing those routes. In brief, there are a lot of purposes why we're doing this, but it's really to make sure that we're facilitating the safe movement of trucks throughout your community, providing them with access to the facilities that they need to serve, and really trying to minimize impacts on the community to the extent possible. Part of that is making sure that we're providing safe separation between users, like bikes and pedestrians, trying to avoid those on truck routes, and also really focusing on maintenance costs. If we keep trucks on certain routes, it does reduce the impacts on other roadways. So the general plan, as we talked about last time, this is what's currently in the general plan. So this is where we started from, and looking at all of the routes that were green on this map and whether or not they were serving the purposes of the land uses and if they were really necessary. So as we talked about last time, we looked at where the trucks are really coming and going. The majority of them are really going and coming from westbound 10. So they're coming into the city from the west and they're leaving to the west. And that's really one of the most complicated issues that we faced when we were looking at adjusting the routes. We do have quite a few that are also on SR 60, and we're seeing more and more come north and south on Route 79 or Beaumont Avenue. The proposed truck routes, and I do apologize that this map on the PowerPoint is difficult to see, so I do have a blown up version or I could blow it up. But in general, we eliminated quite a few of the routes. So 4th Street was one that we recommended, but only until Viale, and taken Viale Avenue south down to 1st Avenue. Then 1st Avenue between Viale and Highland Springs Avenue, Beaumont Avenue, and there's 2 different segments. So Beaumont Avenue from State Route 60 to the southern city limit. And then there's also a little segment at the north end that goes north of Oak Valley on Beaumont. Potrero from Oak Valley to 4th, and then from Oak Valley just from Beaumont Avenue to the west. And this is one thing that I think we should revisit is I think we only need that segment between Potrero and Beaumont. I don't really think we need to keep the designation to the west of Potrero. There aren't very many truck serving uses coming from that direction, so the more we were looking at that based on a comment we had earlier today, I think that's one that I would recommend us removing.
Sorry, Jolene, just real quick. Can the council see the presentation well enough?
Yes, but I'm not exactly sure what segment she's talking about.
Do you have that
Of
larger
Potrero?
image?
So, what we see on the screen is what she's referring to, and then in that elimination, you were talking about removing where we see the word Beaumont for, right above it where Oak Valley Parkway is, you're referring to that green line from the 10 freeway to Beaumont Avenue going north, correct?
That actually is the piece
the
from
west side.
Potrero to the
Oh.
west. So if
Gotcha.
you see where
Okay.
Potrero goes to the west city limit,
It's what's
that's
going
the
down
piece.
Santa Mateo.
Oh, yeah, trucks will go
Right,
down that way.
exactly.
Yeah.
Taking a left.
Know exactly
I was
what you're
looking up
talking
in the
about now.
canyon and
Yeah.
I was wondering, I
pretty rare to
scratched
see a
my
truck
head,
down that way.
right? Why do we really need that? So that's the only change, and I apologize for not catching that before this evening, but I think that's one recommendation that we should remove that segment. Some of the design deficiencies that we were identifying, and one of the reasons why we made these recommendations is some of the roadways just didn't make sense for us to keep anymore. So in the detailed report that we submitted to you, there were a number of locations, Pennsylvania being a really good example. There's no reason for us to retain that north of Interstate 10, and some of the drawings that were in there. So I'll just go through them briefly to show the ones that we are recommending need to be improved. So 4th Street of Vialey Avenue, yes.
You're just going to go to the ones that we need to improve at this point? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Is it too early to talk about southbound Highland Springs, south of the 10?
No.
Because I'm showing that is still,
Want me to go to it?
it's in purple, but that's because it's city limits, right?
Right, and that's I don't have an image of that one in here.
So I guess what
because
I'm
we're
asking,
removing it.
I'm asking bottom line, are we recommending that we don't allow trucks to go down southbound Highland Springs from the 10?
We're not restricting them. We're not putting a weight restriction, so trucks would still be able to access the businesses along there that they currently serve,
Okay.
like the grocery stores and a couple of the major retail facilities there. And half of the roadway is owned by Banning, so.
So that's my big, that's where I'm going, is the Banning Point project, I think that's what it's called, right? Is going to have a lot of truck traffic coming in. I know that the future is that it's going the other way on Sun Lakes. It's not going to come in through Highland Springs. But if we're going to talk about restricting something on Highland Springs, that's where I'm concerned, because I think that we don't need to get Banning pissed at us any more than they have been over the last 20 years. But, so I'm trying to, I had a call, someone called me and said, are you shutting down Highland Springs to trucks? And I looked at this and it didn't say that we are doing anything like that, correct?
No, correct. We are.
Removed it from the truck priority route. So
Right, it's
it
not on
is-
the priority route, but we're not saying trucks can't come down Highland Springs from the 10.
Correct.
I believe we just removed north Highland Springs.
that's-
based
that's
off
the
of
way I read
this.
it.
It says remove north Highland Springs between I-10 and Cherry Valley Boulevard from truck priority. I don't believe it's south, at least as I read through the study.
There is, based on what we analyzed, there aren't very many uses that go further south on Highland Springs. So just by removing that designation doesn't mean that you're prohibiting trucks from taking that route. So in order to de-emphasize that route for trucks and not encourage them to jump off of the freeway and drive down Highland Springs, we just recommend removing it. You don't want it to be signed as a truck route. Whereas all of the other ones that we're designating as truck routes, those we would sign and try to encourage trucks to take those other streets. By not having that signage, it doesn't mean that trucks can't use it. You're just not encouraging them to use it.
Now I'm not opposed to doing that. I'm just saying if we do that, we have to do it with Banning. And right now there are other options depending on how long their projects take to get built, if they get built. But like I said, I just want to make it clear that we're not prohibiting trucks from going down Highland Springs southbound.
That's correct. There is no weight restriction, and that's what would be required. You would have to put a weight restriction on that segment to prohibit
Okay.
trucks.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
I do have a question real quickly since we're on this map.
Okay, go right ahead,
Before you
Mr.
move
Martinez.
on, is that, so the dotted line coming out of Sun Lakes Boulevard, which would tie into the project over there in Banning, dumps into our First Street, which does have a green line going across. So I'll be getting calls from Four Seasons, knowing that that's a truck route. So my question is that the best way you predict trucks going east to get into the 79 as an alternate route, or 79 to 10?
This is one of the discussions that we had at the last workshop is if there is a major collision, for example, on I-10, would you want trucks jumping off and taking 6th, or would you prefer them to go south and take 1st? So having signage on 1st would at least make that a preferred route for trucks to cut across and through the city to avoid any congestion on the 10 at that point, rather than going across 6th. Is that what you're
Well,
asking?
my question then is, that would be what the intention is. But if you look at the future development coming in, we've always been concerned about any of the logistics going, trying to take First and cut through and go through across the Four Seasons and head on to Highland Springs and go up to 10 and become a big old free-for-all going up and down that. So I believe our intention was in the past to make sure that we didn't make that a major truck highway. And even though our intention would be a bypass, by not saying they're prohibited, then you're not saying they can't use it as a free-for-all. So my question, I guess, is there levels or ways that we can regulate or prohibit at certain times? Or once you designate that as a truck route, then it's just a truck route, and then we can get trucks going through there with no number restrictions? That's my concern, because I know Four Seasons is gonna be concerned about that. And I'm trying to see if there's a mitigation before we get and designate that, and then all of a sudden it becomes the preferred route. And when truckers find the least path of resistance, they end up using that.
So couldn't, if you don't mind me jumping in, so couldn't that route then end at Pennsylvania? So for example, if trucks are coming up or using 79 heading towards the 10, and if there's something bad at that they couldn't access, at the 10 freeway at that point, and if they need to go east, they only go east as far as Pennsylvania and get on to go eastward. If they need to go west on the 10, then they would head towards Veely and 4th Street and so forth and get on somewhere else to the west. And we stop that preferred truck route at First in Pennsylvania. And then we're saying, don't go any further past or down 1st Street, so you're not driving through residential, not ultimately driving through Sun Lakes Boulevard when that's extended as well. We get them on the freeway and out of the way as soon as possible, at either Pennsylvania heading east, or they head west and take Veely and then get on the 60 or the 10 that way.
Or what about our
think
Second
that
Street
makes sense.
extension? So they
Yeah.
take Pennsylvania to our Second Street extension.
Well, I'm referring to if they're coming north on the 79. So this traffic coming this way.
Yeah, it could go around this way, but I'm saying
Yeah.
for your bypass of the First
No,
instead of.
we stop them here and they hook a head left, go north to the
Right.
freeway at Pennsylvania, because we have the existing ramps already to go eastbound.
But you also have your Second Street extension that'll come in there that could
Well,
plug you up there.
Right.
But to keep them away, I see your point, but my thought is keep them off of Highland Springs any chance you get. But that would be an alternate path if it didn't work.
But how do they get to Home Depot and Walmart?
I understand the truck routes being a delivery is exempt in a sense, because they have to get to the business they're delivering. We're preventing somebody else using us as a pass-through and meandering their way through town. Or pick their load up from a warehouse and takes, in their mind, the automobile shortcut and run through town and mess things up that way.
Yes.
But if a truck is delivering, then they have every right to go to that destination, pick up, deliver, and so forth, and then they're back out again. So there will be trucks on Highland Springs, there will be, trucks on First Street, but we're not saying, hey, use this as a pass-through if there's a problem.
That's correct.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing, and just make sure I have this correct, is between Pennsylvania and Highland Springs, let's remove that segment of First Avenue from the truck route network.
And we're keeping it away from the homes.
Okay,
That would be my preference. I don't know
Mine
what-
too.
If council.
that works.
When do we do the next truck study? What's the time frame on that? Because a lot's gonna change on First Street. First Street's going down.
Yes, it will.
It's gonna go down to Sunset eventually. And we're gonna want trucks to go to Sunset instead of Highland Springs in all the scenarios you're bringing up, right? We don't want them to go, yes, Pennsylvania's a nice outlet.
But the thought is keep them on the freeways long enough as possible, and then if there's development on the Banning side, then get off on Sunset and backtrack a little bit. If our Second Street is extended and we get additional businesses through there, they get half access through Pennsylvania, but not all of it.
So there's all those ifs, and that's why I'm asking you, when do you do the next truck study? Because things are gonna change a lot in the next 5 to 10 years.
So there is no frequency to update this. It'll be at council's discretion or staff's discretion.
Okay. I'm a little, I know we don't want them to go down First Street, But I'm a little hesitant of saying that's not an option.
Well, I, if I may.
Go ahead.
You know, right now, I don't see a need, but you are correct. If things do change in the future, then, you know, you can revisit that. But at this point right now, I would still prefer to remove that piece, so that's my.
Yeah, and I agree, my mindset is get him to the freeway in the shortest route possible and get him off the side streets and out of town.
I mean, that's a nice piece of movement, but,
But then if there is, well, if we have another train breakdown and it clogs up everything, everybody's gonna take the path of least
yeah,
resistance
but
wherever
those
direction
are-
they're gonna
that's
go.
special. I mean,
Yeah.
police are gonna direct.
That's true.
Based on that, so.
Are we good for the moment? You can continue?
Oh, I know, we stopped her.
Yeah.
No, you're fine. This is good conversation. So this is just just to show you the different size trucks. The majority of the ones that are serving the warehouses are those wheelbase 67, so the really big rigs. The other typical trucks that serve some of those retail facilities, some of the grocery stores, those are 40-foot trucks. And most of those trucks can be accommodated anywhere in this city, at least anywhere in the truck network that we were looking at. So that's the two images that are shown here. You can see the orange on the left side of the screen. That's how much they overtake. So those big rig trucks, if they're trying to make that corner from 4th onto Viale, as we are trying to move them down to 1st and take them out of that residential area, there's some improvement that needs to occur to that curb return. So there's a signal pole there, there's some other utility equipment there, the pedestrian button, and then the curb itself. If we don't do that, what ends up happening is the trucks would wait until that northbound left-hand turn pocket cleared out, and they would probably overtake that northbound left turn pocket to make that turn. Similarly with Louis Estrada and Viale, and we know that this is one of the most recent truck routes that the city is trying to promote, but that northbound right is a really tight corner. It's just an odd-shaped road. So we know that there are a couple of things going on with this particular location, especially trying to keep trucks from continuing north on Viale up to 6th. If at some point there was some type of a cul-de-sac or treatment done to prevent that continuation of that northbound movement onto 6th Street from Viale, there might be some opportunity to not take any property and just to reconfigure this intersection. But at this point, the way it stands, you would need to acquire some right-of-way from the current property owner. There's no structures there, but that's what would be needed to accommodate that turn because that turning radius for the curb is just not wide enough. And this is Louis Estrada from Beaumont Avenue, also a similar concern. The trucks cannot make that southbound right onto Louis Estrada. This one's a little trickier because it would probably require some coordination with Caltrans to possibly acquire some of the Caltrans right-of-way to be able to make this southbound right. Again, you have some of the equipment that's in the way, so signal equipment. So this one would be more complicated and probably costly to implement.
That was coming over the freeway, correct?
That's correct.
Because that is the one, they hit that light post that's right there on the corner. I've seen them hit it multiple times. And I'm surprised that they haven't knocked it over, but yeah.
It's a very tight turn,
Yeah.
even for a car.
Okay.
There's an alternative to use First Street to go to 79 and get on the Tin Freeway from primarily First Street.
Right. So that's one thing that would remove some of these costs that we just looked at for Louis Estrada. If we can just do a couple of improvements on First, which I'll get to First in just a second. First is a little bit easier because it doesn't have anything that it's running into except for a dirt shoulder.
And First Street dead ends into Viale?
Yes.
And you know who
It
lives
dog
right there at
legs.
the corner?
Minnesota?
Veely and First Street?
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. That's Judy, by the way.
I feel like I should
People
jump,
don't
well,
know.
this is First. Here we go. First and Beaumont. There are a couple of locations on First. So First and Beaumont does have some similar issues with the curb returns on the corners. It's really the image that shows all four corners. So it's the northwest and the southeast corners that have those constraints with the turning radius. Again, it's impacting signals and the pedestrian buttons and the curb returns. But there is it does look like it would not impact any structures, so it might not be that difficult of an improvement.
I've got a quick question. I know with some of these trailers, they can move the rear axle. Is that done on these larger trucks? And is that a regular thing? Does anybody know? And does that then shorten the turning radius if that rear axle of the trailer is moved forward?
Slightly, but not enough to accommodate these turns,
Okay,
not for these big rigs.
okay.
So the California legals are slightly smaller than what we're showing here, but not enough to be able to clear the corners. You still have some of the same concerns.
Okay, and I think they mainly move those axles due to weight loads and weight distribution and so forth, so, okay.
Correct. So First and Viale, and this is probably the easiest of the ones on First to accommodate, and it's if you're going, well, I don't even know why, eventually you might need to go south onto Viale once the development that's proposed down there occurs. But it shows it going, so the westbound south, it goes off the shoulder into the dirt, but that seems like an easy enough fix for the development that's coming in next. And same with that northbound, the northbound right that happens there. So those are ones that could easily be conditions of approval for some of the new development that's coming over there. Help them fund some of these improvements that are needed to accommodate their operations. Oak Valley Parkway, and this is the one where we don't need this if we eliminate that western leg. And I can't think of any truck traffic that would be going eastbound on Oak Valley and trying to make a right onto Potrero. I can't.
Yeah, they're not coming from that way.
Yeah,
I think the only
it's the
thing would be if they're
canyon.
bypassing the 10 from Redlands or something, but.
There were, we couldn't find any truck moves that were making that turn when we were looking at the historic data. So I think it's fair. Anything that's west of Potrero and Oak Valley, we just don't designate it as a truck lane or truck route, and we do not make any improvements to facilitate this move. So this is the one that will go away. Okay, that's all on the improvement side. Now it's just a matter of how we pay for it. And I know part of the discussion right before this was really helpful, but a lot of these improvements could be conditions of approval and should be conditions of approval. This network is needed to facilitate all of the growth and that 44 million square feet of industrial warehousing that's being proposed. And most of the developers this is something that they would welcome. So they understand that they want to be able to accommodate access to their facilities and they want those trucks to be able to get there safely and efficiently. So development impact fees are the first step. Second step, and part of, I think, why I focused in on the EFID or the finance improvement districts is an opportunity to look at long-term operation and maintenance of the roadways. So we know that these trucks are really hard on roadways. So how you're maintaining those in the future, this is if you set up a district around all of your industrial uses and you're able to use that revenue to help maintain those roadways, that's one of the ways that we've seen this used elsewhere. Some of the other local sources that you can tap into are some of your local return, but also TUMF, Measure A, STBG, And there's some of the more competitive discretionary grants that can come in for more of the major improvements that might be needed. So in the event that we're able to see some improvements at I-10 SR60 that would improve the access to that west leg of the 10, for example, those are where some of those major discretionary grants could come into play. And that's all I've got.
All right, thank you. And Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
All right, thank you. So back to council for more discussion and questions. Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, I mistook my streets. Now that I look closer, that First Street leg is okay, in my opinion, because it's the one that's going in front of the Sonic and the Coles. So it's got 4 lanes, it's well signaled, it's got the protective at the end that we did.
I'm
So
thinking the same thing. It was
off with
Potrero.
the-
Yeah, it's Potrero.
Yeah, I was Potrero,
Yeah.
so I'm okay with that part.
Okay.
Now that I looked at it, it's like, well, yeah, that makes more sense. So I apologize.
no
So
worries.
I rescind my removal request.
Okay.
Back on. It makes sense there, so.
And I fell into the same trap,
Yeah,
so.
yeah. So it's like, oh,
Saw a map, look, green line right in front of
the house,
photos
okay,
Four
but
Seasons, and I
that's-
thought it was First Street
yeah,
as well.
It's a commercial thoroughway.
All right, Mr. White.
So we're not suggesting any changes to the preferred track route?
No, I'm rescinding.
So we're good?
So what we see here is okay with
All
it.
Because you
right.
brought up a couple of changes that, in the beginning, that you had recommended, so.
I'm okay with those.
And
Just-
council's okay,
Westbound
yeah,
Oak
the westbound Oak Valley, yeah, where,
Yeah.
that's the canyon.
Yes,
Was that it?
That was it, right?
that's it.
Okay.
Okay. Any
Yeah, I'm
other
good with
discussion
that.
or a motion?
I'm good.
I was just going to make a couple comments. First
Okay,
off,
go right ahead.
and it might not be for you, it might be for Public Works, but what is the cost of relocating a utility, just for my personal information?
Like a power pole?
Yeah, or like, because a lot of these intersections require a pedestrian, button plus the pole itself. I mean, what?
Sure.
what's
If
the
the pole
transfer
has to
price?
move more than 7 feet, you generally have to upgrade the pole and the mast arm, so you're in the $100,000 range for that. If it's just a few feet, they just pour a new, you're not interested in all that, but
Pad or something and then move it over.
if they just have to relocate it, my guess would be $30,000
Okay.
approximately.
Is that with undergrounding?
Not a power pole,
Okay.
traffic signal and the ancillary devices. A power pole is around $200,000
For each pole?
for each pole. Ish.
Yeah.
Well, luckily, most of these are only off by about 7 feet, so.
Well, that lessens it a little bit. Otherwise, I think that you guys absolutely nailed it. I liked the removal of a bunch of the truck routes throughout the city. And I think that the proposals, in my opinion, look great and keep it isolated to the outskirts. And I really appreciate you guys taking the time to listen, because I think that's what you nailed in this study, is being able to listen. I will just kind of throw a plug out there as well. I think there was some mention about a pavement study or the need for that. And I know with us proposing Louis Estrada, is that something that we are looking at within the pavement study? That I believe we have one currently going on. So are these recommendations going to be taken into consideration with that study that is currently going?
No, the study that's going is more about the condition of the pavement and not so much the structural integrity of it. Let me talk with them and see if we can include some component of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we maybe bring that back as an agenda item if the mayor thinks that's appropriate to maybe discuss what that looks like?
To discuss what the structural integrity of the roads are?
For
on-
these
Along the truck routes?
Along the truck
Okay.
routes, correct.
Okay.
And I think the only other thing that I would like to mention is I think that you kind of talk a little bit about, the financing options. Obviously, I think that's for future discussion to be had, but something to look at and think about. Other than that, I will move to.
Mr. Martinez has got his light
Oh,
on,
sorry.
so I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
pause you right there.
Yeah, just one question. Does truck parking have anything to do with this study, or is that a discussion ordinance thing that the council discusses?
I think that is Jolene's favorite part of the study.
It is. I mean, we do have some recommendations that we presented last time, but I think it's more of a further discussion with planning as to how to incorporate that into your zoning code or at least conditional use permit provisions or development agreements.
Okay, all right, good, thank you.
And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, no, that was the same question, was in regards to the staging that you had brought up. I didn't realize how important that was, so if planning can pick that up, obviously you could share that with them, and we can look at doing that. So thank you, that's all I have.
Okay, at this point, I'll take a motion.
Alrighty, I will move to approve the truck route study performed by Fair and Piers dated August 2024 and direct staff to develop an implementation enforcement policy for future consideration.
Thank you, I'll second that. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura,
Yes.
Mayor Finn.
Yes, thank you, Robert and Jolene, appreciate it. Okay, I got 10 minutes, well, 7:45. Let's take a 10-minute break before we get to the next one. I think that one might be a little bit longer discussion. And so I got 7:43, so let's be back at 7:53. Okay, so we're open, we're back in session at 7:56. And so we'll move on to item J4, discussion and direction on the future use of the city-owned facility located at 500 Grace Avenue, an update on the Surplus Land Act, and that's a staff report by Elizabeth Gibbs.
Thank you, Mayor. So at the last city council meeting on July 16th, city council directed that staff bring back an item for discussion and direction on council's vision for the intended use of 500 Grace Avenue. There is money included in your adopted capital improvement program for downtown revitalization / Grace Building / real estate acquisition, and there's almost 2.5 million left in that. And then there's a second CIP project just specifically for the Grace Avenue roof replacement, remove and replacement of $350,000. So way back in October of 2022, City Council discussed during the capital improvement plan discussion and where to fund some other monies that you had in your reserves. And some of the key points from that discussion included focusing on the main building, ultimately leasing the building, possibly using it as an incubator, covering the costs involved with renovating the building, improving the landscape, and bringing the building back to its original shell prior to leasing to a tenant, improving the parking lot, and engaging a contractor to evaluate the building prior to any construction. So staff is recommending that council consider as a starting point engaging a firm to perform a basic review of the building to establish structural integrity, look at the HVAC, the water, gas, all of that. And then included in your staff report is a nice outline and summary of the Surplus Land Act, which this building may or may not have to go through depending on what council's direction is for a long-term lease. And I've asked Rob Steele, our economic development consultant, to be with us tonight to answer any questions specific to the Surplus Land Act, and so he is here. With that, I will take any questions.
All right, thank you. And do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
All right, thank you. For council questions and discussion? Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, just a couple of quick to start. So first of all, do we know if the building has any historic value at all?
I'm sorry.
Historic value?
Value.
Or I mean, well, historic designation.
It is not a historic designation as far as value. We would have to look at that.
Okay, and right now, because we leased that out before, correct?
Correct.
And so what we're saying is that we want to reevaluate to see what the condition is now and to see if we need to upgrade. Was that our intention? Because at one time we had talked about using that as a possible, like a focal point for that downtown revitalization and going forward with that. Is that kind of what we're looking at to see what we could do with it versus what we might be able to lease it?
I think that's the purpose of the discussion tonight.
Okay, because I was just kind of wondering, because you talked about, hiring a firm to come in, so I'm wondering.
So the firm's scope would be something along the lines of just looking at like load-bearing walls and electrical and plumbing and just getting a sense of what would need to be improved and what that cost would be.
Okay, I see. All right, thank you for the clarification.
Ms. White?
Mr. Steele, are you able to come up and give your opinion on this building? I know that's kind of a broad statement, but I'm looking to your expertise to kind of help guide that. I know that you've looked at it, so.
Well, I haven't looked at the building
Itself,
structurally.
sure.
And just to add to what Elizabeth just said, the purpose would be to get the basic due diligence documentation together on the building so that a prospective investor would know what they're getting involved with. So the load-bearing walls would be very important because removing those is very costly. And so if they're looking at space planning and they want to have a much larger space for dining facility or a banquet facility, that would be a very important item to know. So when your economic development staff sits down with investors, you want to spiel and give them all your knowledge about the building so that they know what they're getting into before they spend their hard money on, space planning and architecture and that type of thing.
What is your opinion on the Surplus Land Act and designating this under that?
Well, you have a couple of options. I was talking with Elizabeth a little bit before, during the break. If you lease the building for less than 15 years, it's not considered a disposition, and it's not subject to the Surplus Land Act. So that's one avenue that you have. The other avenue is to use what's called the Exempt Surplus Land Act, or exempt surplus land approach. That is an abbreviated process. You basically have to adopt a resolution declaring it exempt because it is less than half an acre in size. It's a specific exemption in the Surplus Land Act. Even if you include that parking lot parcel, you're under the 21,870 square feet. You do have to go through some process. You have to adopt the resolution, as I mentioned. I believe you have to post public notice, and you have to send your documentation to HCD. They have to review it, make sure that you complied with all the procedures, and then they give you a letter saying that the property is exempt. The benefit to that one would be that if your prospective investor needed long-term financing, more than 15 years, and wants a longer-term lease, you would be covered under that process. So we have to strategize what's the likely investor going to want, and we want to be able to get this building cleared so that they don't have to deal with this obstacle when they come to your city. So, the goal of economic development is always to clear all the procedural stuff out of the way so they only have to focus on investing in the building, getting their permits, and starting their construction. The third process, and this would only come up if you tried to include the cleaners in and you got above that 21,870 square feet, because that's a possibility too. Somebody may come in and say, I want both properties. And then you get into the most arduous of the processes, which is surplus land. And then you have to adopt a resolution, you have to post notice, you have to notify affordable housing developers, you have to negotiate in good faith for a period of 90 days. So it is a longer process, and it has higher risk to clear that process. But the advantage would be you could consolidate those properties. You're not limited to a 15-year lease. You have maximum flexibility to deal with the properties. So I think internally we're going to have to strategize as to what's the likely scenario for this building and then pick one of those options. Obviously, the first one would be the easiest. In fact, you don't have to do anything. You're exempt, the less than 15-year lease. But that may not be what your investors need in order to move forward.
Thank you. I was going to ask you if it was in your expert opinion that number 2 was the best, but you kind of answered that by saying we would have to strategize on what we think is going to be in that building. Is it, and really I think the number one question we have to ask is, are we going to run into an issue where we have a lessee wanting greater than 15 years?
Again, especially if they have to move load-bearing walls and spend quite a bit of money, they may be looking at longer-term financing, in which case, lenders are going to require the lease be longer than the term of the financing. So that will be a critical threshold question we have to answer in order to decide what approach is appropriate.
Now, I'm naive to, businesses and what they end up financing. Is that fairly common to have for a restaurant or, some type of business along those lines that we are looking to target in our downtown area to have greater than 15-year leases?
Given the investment that may be required in this building, longer than 15 years may be necessary. A lot of restaurants are less than 15 years, especially if you find these little 2,000 square foot spaces in shopping centers. Those leases typically don't go more than 15 years, but the scope of their investment is much less too. In this case, if they're making significant structural improvements, it may go beyond 15. So
is it fair to say that it may potentially be in our best interest to obtain the firm, then decipher what would need to be removed to make it the best it could be to then make this determination? And do you feel that there's a time frame we would need to act upon that? Loaded, sorry.
It would be helpful to have the information to know what, again, the prospective investor's looking at in terms of improvements, just to make it usable for a restaurant or your desired purpose. I think you start, if it were me, I would start as soon as possible. I would figure out which approach I'm going to take and try to clear the buildings so that when you, again, get out on the street and are talking to the investors, this is not a topic of conversation.
So it seems like it's probably best to move forward with an exemption from the Surplus Land Act and keep the two parcels separate while obtaining the firm at the same time.
Again, if you keep the two parcels separate, you have an abbreviated process and should be a very riskless process. The only time it gets complicated is when you go for the consolidation. Then you go into the surplus, the third category, which is the 6-month minimum process.
So to stay out of that, applying for those exemptions earlier may be better.
I always think earlier is better. Yeah, you don't want to have to, again, have this conversation with an investor. It's bureaucratic. And they just want to know what, how long they can get a lease for, what the lease terms are going to be, and that they can move to the counter and pull their permits.
Seems like it's probably easier to sell that product than something with a bunch of unknowns regardless.
Yes.
All right, thank you, that's it.
So I've got a couple questions. Does staff feel that the city itself does not have need of the building and the best use of it would be to potentially lease it out for, business opportunity and so forth?
Yes.
Okay. And then when it comes to finding a tenant, who is the decision maker on that? Is that staff? Is it the planning department? Is it economic development? Does it come to the council?
It would come to council.
Okay. And would the city potentially be expected to pay for tenant improvements, or would that be a decision that's made once we found a potential renter?
I would suggest that be part of the discussion tonight. I would like to leave this discussion with some clear direction on Surplus Land Act, the consultant that I would hire under my signing authority, and the scope. Rob and I are working on that scope now. But does city council want to perform those tenant improvements, or is that something that would be negotiated with the business?
Okay.
There's some options is what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. So I'll pause my thoughts and we'll go to Mr. White.
Okay, I asked for this item to be back on the council because discussion that we had 2 years ago, or October of '22, was a discussion that we had about the possibilities of what that building as well as that area could become. My first year or two on council, I went out with, no, it was probably a couple years out. I went out with Todd, our former city manager, to Palm Springs. Out by the airport, they have an incubation, a business incubator out there. And it's the opportunity for somebody, an entrepreneur who brings in a business, to have a place to start to build their business. Sometimes it's small manufacturing, sometimes it's a service environment. And then also at the same time, not at the same time, but also if you go down to North Park, in San Diego, they have a location there, I believe it's owned by the city, where they incubate restaurants and breweries. So they're in a position as a city to say, if you want to bring in, if you've got a good business plan, good idea, what's something that you want to do, we want to help you get off the ground. What they do in North Park is the owner or the business owners get a very good lease from the city, and they're given 2 to 3 years to build a following. And then once their 2 or 3 years are up, the city asks them to move into another location that's in their downtown. So they're incubating restaurants and businesses that way. So when we first started talking about this, my thought was, I was never approving this or considering this as an investment for the standard investments that you're talking about. I considered it in an investment in the future of our downtown plan. Well, now on top of the building at Grace Street, we now own with the county help and with Mount San Jacinto College, we own the business across the street, which is the California building. And Mount San Jacinto has a program where they're working on recruiting entrepreneurs to come into the California Street building and start to develop businesses and futures. And so the college and the county's economic development department and the city are all going to work together to make that building work. And so if we're incubating entrepreneurs and those kinds of small businesses in the California building, and across the street we have the opportunity to do the same thing with restaurants and breweries and those kinds of things that will build a downtown, that's what I was looking for. And I brought this out because I started hearing from updates that we were getting that there were restaurants that were interested in taking over the building. I think when we first started talking about this building, someone on council mentioned the fact that, you know, we don't really want to get into the business of property management, which I don't. But I think if we build something like this, besides the California building, which we own the Gray Street building. We now are in the process of owning the cleaners. We own the yard across the street next to the California Street building, across the street from the Gray Street building. So we have incredible amount of space and parking down there. We have the opportunity, and this is the same discussion we had back in October of 22, was we have the opportunity to build something special there. And I think we even talked, my thought was that building is not a historic site. At least it's not designated a historic site. It does have a plaque on there saying that the building was presented and it was supported by the president at the time, which was FDR. So I think it could become a historic building, but my thought was, and I've had this discussion with others before, is that we take the core of that building and we remove all of the non-historic parts to it. Now, I know that the school district came in when they owned it and they added improvements on it. But if you've been by the building, it's a beautiful building. Got beautiful open beam ceilings that are all covered up right now. But all of that stuff around it, my thought was that could be open air seating, that could be, places for, you have vendor carts, things like that. But it also gives us the opportunity to have the kind of Beaumont night events down there that we had on Beaumont Avenue. So, I thought it would be a great idea to remove all of the area around it, gut the building, fix the roof, and then go through the process of setting up the building in a way so that it does something like, I don't know if you guys have been to the packing district in Anaheim. Something like that, where you have multiple small food vendors that are trying to create a brick and mortar, and we give them an opportunity. So I think the idea of having the entrepreneurship across the street and a food incubator or we'll call a hospitality services incubator in that park-like area, I think we're starting to build what I was hoping we were going to do, which is a downtown destination point. If the rest of the council is of the mindset that if a restaurant comes in and wants to lease that building, then I would recommend we sell the building, because it's not in our best interest to have a property where we're just earning a lease, because that's not what we do. And so if we're going to go the direction, and that's sort of what I wanted to get out of this meeting as well, or this discussion as well, is do we want to just look to get a restaurant in there, or do we want to try and do something that is more long-term future approach and something that no one else is doing? The location where it is, if you're driving on the 10, you look straight down and you see the building. If that building is cleaned up and a shiny object, we have all the open land there and people are driving by and we're having events down there, or just people coming to eat at their locations down there. People driving by are going to see that. They're going to go, what's going on down there? So I looked at this as a great opportunity to build something long-term and something special and in a way that we can, you know, a dollar a month lease or something like that to get the right vendors in there. And I'm just, I'm sort of brainstorming here, but I wanted to remind you guys that this was the part, I didn't go back and look at it, but I think this is the same discussion I had, or the same point of view I took 2 years ago in October, was that this was something we need to do something to build our downtown. And that's why we set aside so much money for the roof and for everything else. I'm really surprised that, that we haven't done anything since October of '22. I would have thought we had the structure already done and structure analysis already done, and that we were already working on the roof. So I agree with you that the sooner the better we make a decision, and you need that decision as well, how to move forward. And that's what I was hoping to get out of them, why I asked for this to be brought back to our discussion.
All right, thank you, Mr. White. I like the idea, because having, you know, our experience with Market Night, and we'll have a report on that later, but we need a catalyst to kind of jumpstart things for downtown, and I think this might be a good opportunity to do that. And with it being right next to the other building with the county and Mount San Jacinto College, that I think it's a great opportunity to try to do that. I just, we certainly need a budget for that, right? You know, and we'd have to try to estimate that out. So we get the building condition report, and then we have an idea from there. Because we own it, there's no property taxes to be paid, correct? And then if there was any type of lease, and we would assume, or an incubator type, we would assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that then the tenant would be paying utility costs and so forth. So we're not putting additional money out, where our incentive, I think, would be the lower or almost no rent. But they would need, you know, a little bit more skin in the game from them too on covering utilities. But I do like the concept, that, and I think that would take the city to do something to revitalize downtown. And if we were able to move Market Night down there and that be the hub and a great looking building, that would be kind of fun, because then we have multiple streets to walk around versus just one little avenue to walk down. And I think it would help. And then in the real estate world, when I see that somebody moves into a new neighborhood and they bought the junkiest house on the street and they cleaned it up, and the neighbors go, now my yard looks the worst, you know, and they start cleaning it up, and next thing you know, a few months later, you've got kind of a revitalized street, and I think that's something we can take advantage of and put towards it. I just would like to see what kind of investment numbers we're looking at, and I can certainly see the long-term viewpoint of, we spend a little bit now, or maybe even a lot now, depending on what the budget numbers look like, but I think it's if our goal is to revitalize downtown, that is a great opportunity to make that happen. Any other comments, Ms. Voigt?
I think my question was going to be directed at legal. Is there any liability for us in that aspect? Say we have a couple tenants in there, we're providing them with, you know, a small lease, dollar or so, what I've heard thrown around. What liability does the city carry in that?
You mean if somebody were to trip and fall and get hurt? Well, we could have liability exposure as a property owner. Most likely, if we have a tenant in there, we're going to require them to have insurance that covers general liability, and the city also carries its own liability insurance. But there's a possibility on any property that we own where somebody gets injured that there's exposure.
Okay.
And that holds true for all the property we currently own.
True.
And it's nothing different in that regard.
Yeah. I think in reference to Councilmember Lloyd's comments about kind of creating an atmosphere, I like that. And definitely something that I think I would support by all means. Part of my concern, however, is we're going to hear a little bit more a little bit later about the city kind of taking on the Beaumont Nights. And then we're going to get a report back that states that it's expensive. So are we going to make that same mistake? And I think that that's a reservation and a concern that I have, is that if we're potentially thinking that we are going to move forward with this, have we truly looked at all aspects of that? And I think that's what you're looking for as well. Mayor, to get a true idea of what that looks like. So, I mean, for me, if we engage a firm, I think that we should also be engaging a business development firm that says, hey, if you brought in three, and maybe a business development firm's the wrong term, I don't know. But if you brought in three people or three businesses, let's say, you charged them X, you know, this is what you could expect in return, or these are what the costs would be, such as utilities, like you were stating, what would we need to require of them? And I think that that would be important in guiding our decision-making. I'm a little nervous about whether or not I can give you direction completely today or not without some of that information.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think the first thing that we need to do, or we should be looking at, is starting with that structural integrity idea. That way, we at least have an idea of what the floor plan can look like, and then see what the potential is for that floor plan. I too, I like the incubator idea. I think it would be a good draw, a destination, but the funding and the money and your return on that. Not that we need to, that we're looking to make a profit, but I do want to cover, I don't want it to be a money pit. But I do like the idea. I think it'll take some time to grow. Maybe Mr. Steele has some ideas on what we can, what's possible with that, but I think it has to start with the floor plan and what we have as far as bearing walls. You know, obviously, you have an idea of cost in that regard. I think it'll also give us an idea of the room that we have to utilize for restaurants. You know, is it you know, a brewery and 2 restaurants, or is it, you know, 2 breweries and 3 restaurants? So until I think we have that evaluation, we really won't know what type of room we're working with. And then once we know what type of room we're working with, then I think we can get a cost to see, okay, if the city invests X number of dollars, you can do 3 restaurants and 2 breweries, or something to that effect. We'll have a better understanding and idea. So that's what I think we should go forward with. But I also, I think we need to make a decision. Do we want to split the 2 buildings up? I think that's a great idea. And then get through the surplus land portion of that, where we can, I think we need to look at exceeding the 15-year lease. So maybe take that second, I think it's the second option that you presented. At least that's just my thoughts. And I think that would be the best place to start for us.
So
That's all I have.
I just want to clarify, the 15-year lease that you're speaking of would be counterproductive to the incubator idea, is that?
Right, that's what I'm saying. We wouldn't do I'm sorry if I said it incorrectly, but don't do the 15-year lease, look to exceed that. I think that was option 2, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, so way back when we started the discussion, we were looking at, if I recall correctly, the area as a focal point. And that was before that we had the California, and before we had the cleaners, obviously. So since then, I mean, we said we needed an anchor. We said that we were looking for this place as an anchor, because if the city owned it, then we can have more control of what we can put in there. And if we can get the right tenant, then we can build it the way we want. And then came California, and then came cleaners. And now it changes a little bit, and I agree, because now our focus, in my opinion, should move more towards using that whole area as an incubator in order to promote. So I think that's a good idea. I like that approach, and I do believe we need to keep it separated, the 2 properties. But and I agree, the firm is the way to go, because we don't know what we have really and what we can do with even an idea like yours until we see what the structure is and what we can do to move around if we had to. So I just wanted to make sure that I remembered right, because it started with an anchor idea, and then it moved and morphed a little bit based on the properties that we had around, for the better, because I do believe that doing that gives us more of a flexibility on what to do and grow the area like we wanted. So I agree with that, and thank you for bringing that point up, because I think it's a better approach than our original thought, which was still good at the time, but this is better. So I just wanted to throw that 2 cents in.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. Do we know how many square feet the core building is, or the square feet of the total with the add-ons?
There's an attachment in your package which we believe is roughly the core building.
Okay.
But I don't see the square footage. It's,
Oh, it's down at the bottom, so it's page 595 of the agenda packet, floor one, 9,130 square, it's single story?
yeah.
Yeah, so 9,130 square feet.
Okay.
That's the expanded.
Oh, that's
The
expanded?
next attachment, which is kind of yellow,
It said gross internal area is what I was looking at. Am I looking at the wrong
Right.
thing?
the next attachment is the 1989 map,
Oh,
which
gotcha.
is quite smaller than the expanded that you're looking at.
Now, I'm not completely opposed to keeping the add-ons. I just think you remove the add-ons and you make that building that much more appealing,
Maybe
because
the-
you have grounds all the way around it where the add-ons are
And then you
now.
can have if it was a restaurant type, you have outdoor seating and, courtyard type stuff.
But if we
you
could
know.
still do what we're doing and maybe keep some of the add-ons, I'm not opposed to that. And then my other question, I think, I don't know if it would be for you or it was regarding the act. If we go along the idea of maybe we don't have longer than 3-year leases with all of these different entities, do we need to be concerned about the act at all?
If the leases are all 3 years or less? No, the act only applies if you lease for longer than 15 years.
So we don't really have to do anything if that's the direction that we're going, as far as not looking to do a 15-year lease there.
If you are going to be the manager and then lease these spaces to the tenants, the incubator tenants, and they're all less than 3 years, then there's no surplus land act compliance requirement.
One thing to mention to that, though, Councilmember White, is that I would be concerned that if we pigeonhole specific, like, let's say we built the kitchens, we built whatever else, so we did all of the tenant improvements, it may not be attractive to every person, or to a multitude of businesses, I should say. So that would be a concern.
Yeah, my thought is that we get the building ready for TIs. So in other words, we have the electrical where it needs to be, we have gas where it needs to be.
A
but-
grease trap interceptor?
What's that?
A grease trap interceptor?
I think a building that's 90 years old is exempt from a grease trap. No? Okay.
Nice try.
It may be multiple grease traps, but again, I think if we make it in a position where someone's going to come in and say, okay, I mean, again, we don't need to charge $1 a month. I'm just suggesting we can make it very appealing to the right businesses that we want to bring in.
Okay.
So I'm going to jump in there. So we have a new hire. Can we put Joel on task to see what he can research out and bring as potential, tenants coming to us, maybe those who are in discussion with the city already, and so forth. And then if we're able to do that in a timely manner, that we can bring that back at the same time that we get the building report back, the condition report, I should
And
say.
that's obviously on his task list. I just wanted to point out, though, that you do now have a fully capable economic development team between Joel and Rob and then our management analyst. I think the three of them together, you're going to see a lot of great things coming out of that
Very
department
nice.
now.
Okay. So do we have any more questions, or does staff have enough for now that we want that construction report and then, a suggested tenant report or any, recommendations or whatever? I don't know what to call it at that point, but.
Yes, I do have enough, but I do want to confirm that we are getting phone calls almost on a daily basis. There was one today of people that have restaurants and breweries that want to tour the building. And until this discussion happened, I was telling them to stand down, do not tour the building. And so I'm going to continue to do that until we get the structural integrity report and we start talking about TIs and whether or not you want to tear walls down. We're reluctant to do a new roof until we have the shell that council wants. And so that's why the roof hasn't been done, because there's no point in re-roofing a building if we're going to tear out
A section
walls.
of it, yeah.
So we will bring a report back on what we find with the basic structural information, and then we'll go from there. But in the meantime, we're not going to be showing that building to anybody.
I do have one other question just in regards to the Surplus Land Act. Is there any other land that we should be looking at attributing this to?
I think all of the city-owned land, correct, Rob?
Anything you're planning to dispose of, if it meets one of the criteria, it's not exempt, the examples, and there's several other exemptions, so it's the size of the parcel. If you're transferring it to another governmental jurisdiction, a school district or a county, for instance, they're exempt. So your first avenue is to look and see if you qualify for one of the exemptions. Obviously, the city properties are not subject to it, so if you've declared it for a park or a civic center, it's only those that you intend to dispose of to private parties that trigger the Surplus Land Act requirements.
Thank you.
Anything you're going to buy as well, that's a trap that I have in another city too. We're looking to buy a property and we're saying, well, we want to use it for this purpose, but we have to go through the Surplus Land Act as part of our acquisition. So it's something that's become ingrained now that you have to think about before you dispose of property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicole, did I ask for public comments on the matter?
We can check.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any written. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
Okay, thank you. Anything else for council to add? Elizabeth, you good for now? All right, thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to item J5, approve a 2-year service contract with Flock Safety in the amount not to exceed $225,900. And we have a staff report by Captain Walter.
Mayor, council members, before you is a request to approve a 2-year contract with Flock Safety for additional service of 36 Flock cameras. The approved fiscal year 2024-25 budget included the enhancement of 36 additional Flock safety cameras to be installed in strategically identified locations throughout our city. These additional cameras will assist the police department in vital investigations by providing information on vehicles that pass through that area. The enhancement of 36 Flock cameras requires a service contract with Flock Safety. This contract has been reviewed and approved by the city attorney. The service contract is a subscription service that includes the cameras, mounting, service, and maintenance, and all data acquired from these cameras. The first year cost for 36 additional Flock cameras is $117,900. And the second and subsequent year is $108,000 each year. The total cost for the 2-year contract is $225,000, $225,900. Staff recommends approve the 2-year service contract with Flock Safety for that amount and authorize the city manager to execute a contract on behalf of the city and authorize a purchase order in the amount not to exceed $117,900 for the fiscal year of 24-25. And I'm available for any questions if you have any.
All right, thank you, Captain. Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
All right, thank you. I do have a quick question. How many cameras do we have in service right now?
Last I saw was 11.
Oh, wow, so big upgrade. Okay, and we've talked about it before, and I certainly think it's a wonderful idea and appreciate and support that. I just, more of a curiosity factor of, is this a big upgrade, a little addition, but that's
A
it's
much
big
needed upgrade, yes, sir.
Very good, thank you. And I'd imagine there's some good research has been put in as to where each of these cameras will go and so forth.
There
correct?
has been.
Okay.
Again, it was strategically located based on vehicles coming in and out of our city, high crime rate areas that we may have, and potential areas.
Okay, and are they all new additions, not replacements of certain ones?
All additions.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions?
I did just want to, oh, you have one.
Nope, no question.
Oh, you know, I just want to mention that I've seen them work and how we've got some of our stats and things that have accomplished. So
Yes.
I'm full in support of it. I think it will really help umbrella our city and add to the public safety. So I just wanted to throw the plug in because I seen them work and I
Thanks, sir.
Very nice.
Absolutely. I was going to say the same thing and also recommend that we approve the 2-year service contract with Flock Safety for a total of $225,900, authorizing the city manager to execute the contract on behalf of the city and authorize a purchase order in the amount not to exceed $117,900 for fiscal year 24-25.
I saw your light. Did you have a
I
question?
did have a comment.
Yeah, go right. Okay, we'll put that on pause. Go ahead.
So if you could speak to what these cameras do, because whenever you start putting cameras up around your city, you're going to get some people who are concerned about what are we looking at, what do the cameras do, how are we benefiting from the 11 that we have? Do you mind giving me a little bit of that?
Yes, so the cameras themselves, they capture pictures and the license plates of vehicles. So when a crime happens, for example, say Second Street, some store gets burglarized or robbed, and they give us a description of the vehicle, a white Camaro, for example. We can look at that particular area, see if they hit one of our flock cameras. We'll look for a white Camaro, and then we've got the plate number, then that's our leading point for the investigation. Same thing with residential burglary, like the Sundance area has them. We get a burglary, somebody's ring camera captures a vehicle, we check the flock cameras, and that's how we find the suspect or suspect vehicle, as well as stolen vehicles that run in through our city committing crimes.
But it's not, I think a lot of people are concerned that we're putting these up to catch them running stop signs, things like that. It's not, we can't even use it for those purposes.
It cannot be used for that. We can't, even if that were the case, how are we going to cite them? We don't know who was driving the car.
Right.
We can't give a ticket to the car.
My understanding is the police officer would have to be there to be able to witness.
Correct, to identify the driver of the
violation.
vehicle.
So
Correct.
I just wanted to put that out there so people understood clearly what we're doing with these cameras. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Lloyd. You have a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you. So on to item J6, approve a professional services agreement with Avenue Insights and Analytics for tax compliance auditing services, and staff report by Finance Director Jennifer Eustace.
Thank you, Mayor. So for this item, we did have as a part of the strategic plan, an item for revenue development. And on May 7th of 2024, the city staff presented a revenue strategy to the city council. And at that meeting, it was discussed about one of the revenue strategies was a tax compliance and auditing monitoring agreement. And we discussed with Avenue Insights. Avenue Insights does something similar like what HDL does for us on the property tax and sales tax components. And so what they will do is they will ensure that we are receiving the taxes that we're supposed to be getting and the other areas which we don't already have the monitoring and compliance from HDL. And so with that, they have a subscription service. They are the only ones who offer a subscription service, and they are not paid on a contingency fee. So unlike some other auditing services, they would charge a fee, it could be up from 45% based on the revenues recovered. Avenue Insights will charge $50,000, and they will have a 5% increase for the any year after that. And so what we are recommending is a 3-year agreement. The total of that agreement is $157,625, and that is for the tax compliance and monitoring and auditing services. So that concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions that you have.
All right, thank you. Nicole, any public comments?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
All right, thank you. Council discussion, Mr. Martinez?
Yes, so just to clarify, we're not looking to create new taxes. We're looking for taxes that are due that haven't been collected or put in the right categories.
That's correct.
That are due to us
So,
anyway.
Yes, sometimes what you have is, so there can be system errors and a business, software, and what they'll do is they'll look in the returns that we're receiving and make sure that they're kind of checking on that to ensure that they're done correctly. Not that they're meant to, but there's human error and sometimes software errors and things like that. So they're going through and just making sure that we're receiving what we're supposed to be getting.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we expect this to be, well, I know you mentioned the 3 years. Do we expect this to be like a short-term spot check, or do we expect to do this kind of longer term?
I would expect to do it longer term as a part of the revenue strategy, just to make sure that we are receiving what we're supposed to be getting from, for these different taxes.
Okay.
Kind of similar to what we are doing with HDL for our property tax and our sales taxes. We do get a substantial amount from that. So it just continues in making sure that our revenues are keeping up.
Okay, and so just the initial knee-jerk reaction for me is I'd hate to spend $100 to collect 10. You know,
Right.
that it's, you know, the money we're spending is wise in that purpose, and that, I mean, we don't want to catch somebody at fault and go, hey, you didn't pay us, now pay us, but that's the whole goal of doing it, to make sure, and then it's obviously a good oversight of the public's funds to make sure that we are doing our job and overturning every stone and so
Right,
forth,
right.
so.
Yeah, and we just don't have the staff time to do this in-house.
Okay, all right. Any other comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah,
Like
no,
to-
if there are no other comments, I'd like
Okay.
to make a motion.
Go right ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve a professional service agreement with Avenue Insights and Analytics in an amount not to exceed $157,625 for a 3-year period.
I'll second that. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. Thank you. So we're on to item J8, purchase order for Scott Fazekas and Associates in amount not to exceed $250,000. And we have a staff report by Sarah.
Mayor, assuming there's no public comments, I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommended action for J8 and J9.
Okay.
I do have a correction, though.
Okay, let's hear it.
In the progression of the staff report, the recommended action is actually not the amount we're requesting. The amount we're requesting is $250,000.
So I'll amend my motion with the amended recommended action.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I see it here.
So that's 250.
Okay. And Nicole, do you have any comments on items J8 or J9?
I have no written request. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
All right, thank you. And so we have the,
I'll second.
so we have a motion, we've got a second? Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. So this generates a quick question from myself to the council. Do we want to get in a regular habit of, at the beginning of the agenda, when we're asking about any changes to the agenda, if we think that we might be grouping some of these together, or?
We talked about that before, and the issue we had was if we do it at the beginning of the meeting, somebody who's waiting to call in or put in a request halfway through the meeting. That's why I don't.
Okay,
I don't
understood.
come
Okay.
and say, "Hey, let's
I
get rid of all
appreciate
these."
that. Yeah, I remember the comment now. Okay, good to know. Because we always want to make sure that we're respecting staff's time, but public trumps staff, right? So appreciate that. Thank you for being here.
May I respond to that real quick?
Sure,
Mayor?
go ahead.
Anytime staff really wants to give their staff report, just let me know and I'll hold off on the motion. Okay? All right.
I think they'll default though. All right, thank you. Okay, so item J10, our summer 2024 Beaumont Nights at Town Center summary and our staff report by Mr. Doug Story.
Can I just point out that we have 2 people in the room that decided to dress alike tonight?
Oh, me and Robert. I should have my.
I was told we were on summer dress code.
We were?
I know. Me and Robert have very similar ties. I have the same glasses, but I didn't bring them today. He just got back from vacation, and obviously he missed me. So I know. They're at home.
Mini-me.
Ouch. Ouch.
You just need a tie clip is all.
Again, I'm either mini me in that or Danny DeVito. So neither of those I'm taking as compliments. All right. On that note, we have a staff report to discuss Beaumont Nights at Town Center, and I'm excited to bring this before council tonight, not just to talk about the events and the summer and the successes, but also talk about some of the challenges, some of the things that we learned, and perhaps throw it to our council and have them discuss and provide some direction on what we might want to see in the future. But staff was really excited to bring the Beaumont Nights at Town Center to our community. I think this was a vibrant event that really brought our community out and gave them a purpose to come together. gave them some opportunities and to bring forth the vendors, the concerts, and all the things that were there. Appreciate all the council and who were in attendance and most importantly, the community that came out to this great event. We estimated anywhere between 1,500 to about 2,000 people made it through the event each night, with the exception of July 4th. That one night was a little bit more crowded with the fireworks and the drone show and everything else that was in an accompaniment with that event. As you know, the event started at about 5 o'clock, but that's not when staff started working on it. Our staff was really dedicated to setting up the event and doing the proper street closures and all the things behind the scenes for that. So as part of the staff report, we did want to include what some of those staff requirements were, but also what that financial obligation was for us as a city. As we put together this staff report and just as one individual who helped to put together the event, I did want to say just a special thanks to not just the staff in my department, but to each department. I know there's a lot of hard work from our guys in Public Works and our officers and partners in the police department and with fire and everyone being out there in all the different departments. And even the first couple of nights where we just put out a blanket email and we didn't really know what to expect on how much to help. And we just said, hey, staff, if you can just help us with crowd control and help us work the bouncers. And we had dozens and dozens of staff that as soon as they got off work that night on Thursday came out and helped us. And so just a special thanks from our staff to the other staff members who were out there. I know each of you saw that as well. But we just wanted to really appreciate all the hard work that went into that. But we wanted to outline that for you in this presentation so you had a clean and clear understanding of what was going on in there. Some of the highlights that we talked about and we outlined in the staff report for you was just the community engagement. We did feel like this was an impact economically to our downtown area. I talked to several of our restaurants who also partnered with us in the events. Many of our restaurants would set up tents and they would set up in the vendor portion as well. And so not only were they getting patrons to come into their restaurant, they were also selling and participating in the actual market night as part of the event. And some of those restaurants had extremely successful nights. A couple of them even mentioned that these were some of their most profitable nights of the week, being in partnership with the market night. So it was really exciting to see our local businesses and local restaurants that are in that downtown corridor really strive to have some success and to really gain some extra food lovers that are coming to their shops. And so we just got a lot of great feedback in the event. A lot of the social media feedback was really positive. A lot of the attendees that came to the event were really positive. Our department conducted different surveys, some connected with our Parks Master Plan process, some in connection with some of our other programs. And so some of the feedback and the survey results that we got were extremely positive as well, but also saw a lot of positivity in social media. As we went through all the positives and the successes and the things that went well with this, we did notice some challenges and some things that we learned in this process. In being able to do this event for 7 weeks, I will say that week 7 was a lot smoother than week 1, and we did learn a lot through that process and through each of those weeks. And I think we were able to make adjustments on the fly, but also things that we wanted to note as we move forward, and if this is something that council directs us to do again throughout the year or another time, some notes that we wanted to take for that. And so some of those challenges were just some of the coordination and logistics for putting on the event. There was a significant impact on staff. As I noted, our staff would start closing streets where the concert was set up. That would start at about 9:30 in the morning. We would starting just that one section where the stage would be set up so they could start working on the stage. The stage folks usually were coming around 10 o'clock to start putting the stage together and get everything ready for that. And then at about 2 o'clock was when we had a pretty large operation with public works staff, with the police department, with my community services staff, and closing down the streets and getting things ready for the night. And so balancing that with other projects and other things that were going on began to be something that we as a department and with my managers wanted to really be mindful of, so that we could make sure that we were still getting done the things that we need to get done for our community, but also put on this special event, which was a little bit above and beyond what we were normally doing. So adjustment to work hours and kind of looking at what that would look like in the future if we were to do that is something that we would like to take a look at. As moving forward, we did include as one of the attachments is the budgetary impact for that. And so I'll speak to just the costs real briefly. We broke down in the attachment A for you just what it looked like for personnel. This personnel cost is the overtime and regular time for all of our employees. So this does include PD's numbers and my departments, Robert's departments, and anybody that was assigned to that event and the overtime that was associated with it. So that kind of gives a glimpse of the manpower that went into putting in that. There was a large amount of work in the closure and the reopening and the packing up and all those things as well. There were also some operating costs associated with it. Of course, the most significant one was the concerts, which wasn't necessarily budgeted specifically for the market night. That was something that was added to my community services budget from the beginning, but we made the decision to merge those events together. And so you can see what some of the operating costs were, some of the things that we needed to do in order to provide electricity for vendors, like renting generators and some of the costs associated with that for the 7-week program, different equipment rentals, golf carts, and things like that, the porta potties, recreational rentals. Those would be things like the bouncers and different kid zone items that we did throughout the 7 weeks. There was also some costs through the county for the health permit and also the vendor coordinator as outlined in here. The capital expense was a modular barricade system that we bought that we're going to be able to implement in future market nights. Is a system that we were able to purchase as part of this, and these are vehicle barriers, a little bit more substantial of a safety measure for our residents who are out there on these types of events. So this gives a breakdown of everything that was associated with the event from a cost standpoint. Some of the other challenges that were a little bit out of our control, obviously, was the heat. We got a lot of comments about the heat, and as many memos and requests that I submitted, the temperature did not decrease on Thursdays, so I will continue to submit those and see if they are approved. But it was pretty warm, starting at 5 o'clock. That was one of the challenges. That first hour was sometimes a little hit and miss with people coming just because it was so warm at that time, and doing it on the asphalt made it even more hot. Also, there was some challenges with vendor coordination. We did end up hiring a third-party consultant to handle some of those vendor operations for us, and she and her company did provide some help for us in getting through that. Throughout this process, again, I think vendor coordination was something that our staff really began to understand all that's entailed in that, and working with the county and public health inspections and everything that goes with the permitting process for having this type of a market night. Now, having done this, I think we have a better understanding of what it is. So as we go through this, all of the successes and the challenges, we wanted to present this information to you. Also, as associated with this staff report, you'll see the after action from the police department that also talks about any police activity and relatively very safe event. I think 2 medical things that we had as part of the event, but no arrest or anything major along those lines. And so that was another success that we shared in that. But the after action report from the PD is also included as an attachment here. And then just to talk, and I'll turn it over after this, is any future direction that we might need if we want to talk about future budgeting, or if this is something we want to expand or continue to do, and talk about just frequency and different types of operational decisions moving forward with this. All in all, like I mentioned, I thought it was a fun summer. It made for a long summer, but a great time for our community to come together and to really showcase what could be happening at a regular basis in the downtown area, and just some great opportunities to highlight some great businesses that we currently have down there, and hopefully bring some attention to that area. But I'll hand it over to our council. If there's any questions or comments that you guys have at this time, I'd love to answer them.
All right, thank you. Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
All right, thank you. Joseph, I'm going to put you on the spot. Can you come on up? So there were some intangibles that I think that were achieved in that. And so, Joseph, we spent a good number of hours together.
Yes, we did.
Can you share with the council your experience and what you saw firsthand and the connections and information that you shared about our downtown incentive program and so forth and those that you engaged with?
Yeah, so first off, in my 28 years living in Beaumont, I have to say that's the best event that I've been a part of. Non-biased citizen here, but yeah, as far as how our engagement went, we had a ton of traction at the booth. Got a lot of residents. I mean, the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. We have a lot of people that moved here to the city from out west, and they loved they commented on the sense of community that they feel here in Beaumont, and also we're very pleased with to have an event like what they're used to out there in the larger cities. But yeah, we did have a lot of traction with inquiries on our business incentive programs and facade programs, everything like that. Also, we spoke with businesses like Tacos El Checo, Toscano's, Craft. I mean, anybody could see that was there. All those businesses were absolutely packed the entire night. I know Tacos El Checo is very grateful. A few other businesses are grateful as well. So
I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you.
yeah.
So I'll jump out there real quick. So I think that one of the changes we should make is make it deposit-based for the vendors, just so we have a better commitment of showing up, because it's too easy to bow out, you know. But I do like the idea of you get your deposit returned if, you know, and so forth, should, you know, they show up and everything, you know, is done properly. I think if they call ahead of time and there's time to maybe, you know, fill in with a waiting list, you know, or something like that, I think that there shouldn't be a penalty on that, or a reduced, you know, fee coming back on their deposit or something. I thought it was great. I was able to attend every week, with the exception of the one evening that we had the WRCOG meeting, and yeah, it was hot. It was really hot. But I saw those comments and so forth firsthand. What I'd like to see if we can do is maybe instead of running 2 months in the summertime, could we pull it off where we do a month in the spring and a month in the fall, or, you know, three or 4 weeks and so forth, and maybe with a culminating event around Halloween if it's possible, and have a trunk or treat event or something with the city and get the kids out. I thought it was family oriented. There was we didn't have the rowdy teenagers showing up causing problems and that sort of stuff. Everybody was well behaved, and to get thousands of people together like that and not even have a citation, I commend the citizens of Beaumont for being good citizens and having a good time and being good and being neighborly to one another. I think it was just a wonderful thing. And then I do think it's a good idea to move it from 5 o'clock to probably 6 and maybe go 6 to 9, you know, cut down a little later when we have to shut the street down, a little less on the overtime, and then just would encourage each of the departments that helped out to reevaluate who helped out, how many people showed up, could we trim and still provide a high level of service, you know, and so forth. And I certainly understand a good police presence deters that. But it was nice to see that the police officers that were there could enjoy the evening as well, but they were on alert and would patrol and so forth, and so I saw everybody doing their job. Parks and, you know, the grounds guys were great at cleaning things up, and if there was something that needed attention, they jumped right on it, and I thought it was great. So I'll turn the time over to Ms. White.
All righty, I'll lead the charge today. I thought this was absolutely a very well executed event. I heard nothing but positive things. I have nothing but positive feedback to give back to the staff. You guys absolutely killed it. I know it probably felt a little chaotic initially, but you definitely honed in as the time went on. And I have heard nothing but positive feedback. I would like to encourage us to look at shift adjusting. I think coming from an operations standpoint, I can recognize that. And I know that that's difficult at times, but if you can provide later start times, you know, and looking at all those things, I think that would help us on some of the cost that is there. I know that we purchased the barricades, we looked at purchasing a stage or a trailer or something along those lines that maybe could be used in the long run. I think that we should also potentially look at, if this is something we want to continue, potentially looking at purchasing, porta potty trailers or something along those lines as well, if we have capacity for that, if we make this a long-term thing. I like the idea of maybe a fall and a winter, but I also like the idea of a quarterly event, so that it's maybe kind of cycling back around a little bit more. And whether that's, a spring break kind of themed thing for a couple weeks and then a summer thing for a couple weeks. A fall event, and then kind of culminating at the end of the year. I know from, I think the 6 or 7 vendors that I have spoken with, they all are absolutely pushing for a December event. So that has been what I have heard consistently throughout time. That I have been reached out to, because I think that that's the time where people are buying, these types of items that the vendors are selling. And so I think that that was one of the things that they focused on as well. Is there opportunity for us to purchase a generator? I think that's something else or generators, I'm sure that there are multiple. And then I did note the lighting. Did we ever get the lighting completed for our downtown area that we had approved?
No, it is in process and it should be completed the beginning of October.
Okay, so would that mitigate some of the lighting concerns? Or would additional lighting still be needed? I assume additional.
I think
lighting.
once they get all those lights in, it's going to be much better.
It'll be on dimmers, so there'll be quite a bit of lighting. We'll have the flexibility
To adjust.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, look at that, just like I have in my house, right? Okay, very nice. As long as it's in compliance with the night sky ordinance, right? No, I'm just kidding. The other thing I would like to just kind of focus on and mention as well is I agree with looking at a towing process from the perspective of removing the vehicles. I know that that's something that occurs in Palm Springs and is very effective for them. I like the idea of putting it in an area and then that's where they come and get it. And ideally, that's less of a breakdown there. And the only other thing that I would like to maybe look at is what was the impact on our marketing? So I think we spent quite a bit of money on marketing. So it looked like there was $14K on there. I don't know if we have tracking on our social media. What was our hits on mentions and things along those lines, but looking for a return on investment for that marketing, I think, is important as well. So maybe Julie.
Sure, give me 1 second, just pulling it right up. So we did spend about $14,000. $10,000 of it, though, was on billboards alone. And so that was just kind of a new initiative. I had money in my budget for it, right, to kind of proactively market. It kind of coincided with our efforts for downtown. So that's why we went ahead and did that. As time goes along, do we need to do that? Maybe we don't, especially if it's tailored and it's 4 weeks. Social media, let me pull up the.
No, that's okay. I just think it would be a good thing to track it.
There was a lot of traction, a lot of good feedback. I can pull up some stats too. We did reel updates that kind of featured, right, some good drone footage overview of the event. And then also that was also used in the ABC7 feature.
That's what I was just going to mention.
Right. So they used our footage to feature local businesses and downtown incentives. So kind of all worked, and that was, no cost. It was just generated from the billboards specifically. So we had a lot of good comments,
Awesome.
a lot of engagement, a lot of tags too during the event itself, right, where vendors were engaging with us. So we would able to reshare and repost, whether it was their booth or they were having a good time. It was great. It was wonderful.
I agree. Thank you. I think that was what I wanted to highlight coming out of this, is that I know that while that was kind of an expensive cost, I think that it will benefit us in the long run.
I agree.
Because I did see a lot of that occurring. Plus, I wanted to mention and say great job with getting,
Thank you.
The city highlighted with regards to that.
Wonderful. Thanks.
Yeah. And then the last comment that I have is that I agree with the deposit-based for the vendors. I think ensuring that they're there, walking around and seeing the holes was a little disheartening at times. And I know that obviously that's not intentional. We did need to spread them out, but that was a little disheartening at sometimes. But great amount of vendors. I think on average 45 to 60. I think is that what I read somewhere around there. So that's pretty incredible. It's a great job, you guys. I think that's all I had.
All right, thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So you know, there's no doubt that one of the keystone contributors to this success was staff. So I do want to really thank staff. I saw everybody there. I mean, and those were the people I saw. So in the morning, I can only imagine. So, you know, that's what really made this event, is everybody coming together, and I appreciate that for sure. I like the feel of the downtown street area. Actually, it worked well, and I liked it. I think it was a nice focal point. It brought people together, and they could walk, and we had our showcased restaurants and so forth as well, which added to even more, not just our vendors, but the ones that we're surrounded by. So I really liked that. So if we go in the future and keep that idea, I think it's a good idea. Couple of quick things. If you break down the numbers, you're looking about, just from what we spend, about 25 grand an event if we didn't have concerts, and then about 50 grand an event if we include entertainment. Now, those numbers, of course, will change based on, you know, how less we do on advertising and so forth. So we have to keep in mind, is this a focus that we want to do in lieu of a summer concert series, and do this along with the Beaumont Nights and keep that going? You know, is this something that we're going to end up going back to summer nights and then concerts, and then doing just a different type of entertainment and so forth going in the future? I know we have, what is the, for Stewart Park, the pavilion is the second phase, right? It's not the first phase.
Correct.
So we still have time before we even get there. So I can see this going the way it's going in the future. So I just want to let the council know that I don't have a problem with those numbers. I think the camaraderie it brought, I think the positive we got from it, I think it's all worth it, especially for the residents to really enjoy their community. So I think it was well worth it. But I just wanted to bring that out just so that we remember to budget, because remember, we have those key things that we put in our goals, our signature events, we call it.
Sure.
So if that's something we want to go for, I have no problem, you know, looking at that for future. So I'm sure that'll come back as a part of your adjustment for the next budget and so forth. So anyway, so I appreciate that. The lighting did get dim at the end, so I know we have plans for that. The barricades I don't count because we bought those as capital investments, so we can use that in the future and so forth. So I think it all went well. My question is, we had a consultant that was originally supposed to help plan, and then things didn't work out, I understand that, and then we went and took the ball and we just ran with it, and it worked out perfectly. My question is, my question is there an intention to go back to something like that to help take away a little bit of staff time, and would it be cost effective? Or we don't know, it's too early for that, let's talk about it and see, you know, in the future?
We're going to revisit. So we ended up keeping the event coordinator on. They had originally terminated the contract, and then I made a few phone calls, and they agreed to come back because I was concerned with the amount of staff time
Right.
needed to coordinate just the vendors, not even including the day of setup. We're going to talk about that internally to see if it's necessary moving forward. We do have economic development staff now, whereas before we didn't, and so it's just something that we'll continue talking about. I don't know that we need somebody doing that.
Okay, and I'm all for any, you know, if you want to split it up and do, like someone said, quarterly, or a little in the fall, a little here, you know, I'm open to all of that. I like the idea, I want to keep it going. I did like the entertainment factor, and I think the deposits would definitely help coming in. And I think we're all on the right track. It'll take a couple, probably another year to figure out, again, after reflection, to see what else we still have to fine tune. And then I read the PD's comments on little additional here and there. But I think it worked out well. I'd like to keep it moving. I have nothing, I heard nothing positive. I felt nothing positive, but positive. So I agree with everything that you've been recommended, and I look forward to more. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Martinez. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you so much. Again, I too appreciate the efforts of staff. I didn't realize until I walked around how much effort went into that and how long staff days were. I will say too that running into staff during the event they were all very cordial, all very happy. And so after a long day at work, doing your regular job, to add more hours and still have that smile is great to see. Quick question, cover bands I thought were a great idea. To save money and maybe get more entertainment out of it that way. Councilmember Voigt brought up generators. When we finish the lighting project, will we still need the generators because we'll have outlets available? Or,
Yes, the power that's available will only power small, like extra lights or small appliances.
Okay.
There's not enough power to generate what's being demanded out there.
okay,
The generators helped us so that we didn't have so many generators going, so that it sounded like a lawnmower festival or something, you know. And it really did help the food vendors and those that are pulling a little bit more power than we would be able to steal off of one of Robert's new streetlights that are going in. So we
Okay.
would still need one.
okay, thank you. That's all I have. Everything else was covered by the other council members. Thank you.
Mr. White?
No, I echo all the sentiments of well done, good job, and I agree. I think the community really enjoyed it, had a great time. So I have a couple of questions here. The generators were $25,000 to rent. What would they cost to purchase?
We've been looking into some options, and we think we can find some good ones that are even not brand new, like used ones that would be a pretty good deal. But I don't know off the top of my head, Robert, probably in the 20 to 35 is probably a brand new one, is what I would think.
How many did you rent?
We rented 2 for the 7 weeks.
Next question. Vendor coordinator, is that the same thing as the event coordinator? Same?
Yeah, same thing, yeah. Mhm.
Individual, firm?
She was,
She was a firm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She had
Okay.
multiple staff that came.
She had multiple staff that attended.
Okay, and her job was to recruit vendors, or once the vendors, did she manage the vendors once they got here? Or was that all city staff?
Yeah,
that did
she did some recruiting. We did a lot of recruiting ourselves through our own Julie's advertising and social media to recruit people, and we wanted to really focus on some Beaumont vendors as well. She did bring in several vendors and was able to get them onto our list. I want to say that throughout the entire 7 weeks that we created a list of about 200, right? About 200, and, yeah, 200, over 200 vendors that wanted to be a part of it. And some weren't able to, a lot of them were able to be a part of it. But we were able to get a pretty substantial list.
And so from what you're saying, as well as the fact that we now have economic development
Yeah.
personnel, we could probably do away with the vendor coordinator,
I
I
would-
would think, going forward.
I would think so.
I had a couple more, I think. I agree, the heat didn't, I mean, I was just imagining what that would be like in the spring or in the fall. I think it'd be a really great event to do that. I like the idea of doing it to help vendors sell more Christmas gifts, that kind of stuff. So I think the idea of doing it in December makes a lot of sense. I don't know that we want to get rid of summer, because I think one of the big things it did for summer is it gave people something to do. You know, and I think, you know, when people are in school, it's a whole different atmosphere. I would suggest consider starting later. I mean, people did not have to go home at 9, but that's when the music stopped.
Yeah.
So if we could go a little bit later, start later, go a little bit later, it's going to cool off at night.
Absolutely.
And I wonder what about doing something like this to coordinate with a special event that we may already have. And I'm just bringing this out. It's not really a good example because it's not always on the weekend, but something like Veterans Day. You know, you have a Veterans Day parade. We have all of that event, and then in the evening we do something special in one of our city or downtown areas. But I think it was really good. Thank you for one last question. There was a comment in here about recommendation, I believe, on police coverage. I think it was originally, I think it said something like we could get away with one in 4. Is that, do I get that right?
Supervisor, I think.
Yeah, one supervisor.
Yeah, one supervisor
I
for-
don't see, I don't know where it was, but
Yeah, I think, I definitely think that all departments, mine included, and I'm sure police as well, we're able to make some notes, not really knowing going into it. We didn't want to find ourselves understaffed and then not being able to start on time or not handle things that happen. But now having these 7 weeks under our belt, I think we can make staffing decisions accordingly.
So my question with the police was, it recommends, I think the language of something like we can get away with, or we could probably do this. What did we do now? If we're saying we could do 1 in 4, what were we doing this year? How many
Staffing levels, remember the
officers
staffing
were
levels
staffed?
were for each of the nights?
7, yeah.
Yeah.
We had, you had all command staff there.
Okay, how many is that?
So you had 4.
Do we need 4 command staff there?
We were there because we were excited.
Okay.
They were there.
So.
Well, if you want to be there for free, I'm
They
happy
were
to
there.
Then
ask.
there's that.
They
and
were
then
there
upset
free.
wives. But we had at least 1 sergeant on duty and 2 sergeants and 8.
Okay. So
Eight
we
officers,
could
right.
really save
We
a
were,
lot of costs
we
there.
don't, we really don't even have that for Cherry Fest.
Yeah.
So we were there, happy, but we were all over the, bumping into each other.
Well, I think a lot of people commented the first night or two that there were a lot of cops there, and I think most people were happy that there were a lot of cops there, especially when we didn't know how it was going to turn out.
It was all unknown, yes.
Yeah. So, but I think that was all my comments. Thank you.
So Doug, question for you. So if we want to do more of a holiday event, could we pull it off this October, November, early December? And if it were, and I was looking at the schedule, I love the idea of Veterans Day, but that's a Monday night, so I don't know how that. Yeah, Elizabeth, the look on your face tells it all.
I mean, the Veterans Day is soon, not gonna lie. Yeah.
October is really soon.
Okay, I understand that. That's why I'm asking. So is that a possibility, or do we shoot for the spring and then maybe we adjust schedules going forward from there?
I think for our department and conversations that I'm having with my staff is Beaumont's in a unique space right now because we don't have Stewart Park, which historically has been our place for events. And so we have to be creative on where and how we're going to do things like Blizzard Bash and how we're going to do, like what we did with movies in the park or things that were historically at Stewart and they can't be there at Stewart for quite some time. So we are going to have to be creative. I think now that we know the success of this type of event, it is forcing us to ask that question is how can we incorporate this type of atmosphere into events that we already have on the books, like you said, maybe it's Blizzard Bash, maybe it's other things so that we know that it would be successful. And so we are having those conversations, what it looks like as far as an ongoing, bring it back on I think the question would be days. Do we do it on Thursdays again? Is that something that works for everybody? I think the summer doing it on a weeknight is great because kids aren't in school and there's no soccer practices because most of the sports are not happening. But now you're competing with a lot of stuff. I just left the sports park. There's thousands of people there right now. There's a lot of things going on during the week. So it's just all those questions kind of come into when and how we do it.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. White, do you have any more comments?
Yeah, I just had, I would really push for a December.
December.
Couple in
I hear you.
December. I would like to see Blizzard Bash done that way and maybe one other one, but that's just me being a
Okay.
little greedy in that aspect. The other question I had though is, I know that when we have traveled to DC, we have spent a lot of time learning about grants and cultural grants and things along those lines. Can we ensure that our grant writer is also going down this path to see if there's anything for those that could offset some of this cost? And that's all I have.
You imagine some of the Christmas lights that we can wrap around those poles?
That's what I'm talking about.
maybe across
I was going to
the
ask
street?
you about that. If we got lights and electricity, and let's plug
Wreaths on
something
each
into
one,
it.
I can see it
It's
now.
already in the budget, already in the budget.
There you go. That'd be cool.
Mayor, I did have one more question.
Sure. And then we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem after that. Go ahead.
Okay, he can go ahead first.
Well, I just had a quick comment. I just wanted to thank the gentleman, I forgot his name, in IT, that created the app so that you could see all the vendors. So I thought that was really cool. So thanks for that.
GIS, yeah, that was
Cool.
great.
All right. Thank you.
So I could be wrong, but I think we might have let Robert off too light, too easy. Do we have a time frame of when the lights are going to be up?
I would like to mention they were supposed to be done prior, weren't they?
They were supposed to be done in September, but I don't want to keep using this excuse, but the pole manufacturer has delayed us.
Is it the same? It's the same as the street lights?
Yeah, it is. It's a different manufacturer, but same
But there's what,
excuse.
one? Is there more than one in the country?
Yeah. Yeah, so if you have an opportunity, I won't give quadrant instructions. Public Works has purchased some equipment to lay concrete rather quickly without finishing it using a stamped product where we roll it. We have some samples that we're still in process of developing the final product. However, if you were to go out on Beaumont Avenue on approaching 8th Street, what would be the closest business? The dance studio or?
Yeah.
No, it's the tanning salon.
Oh, yeah.
It's the southeast corner
We
of
have,
8th and Beaumont.
yeah, so we have a sample of it. There's some failed attempts at first as you approach closer to 8th Street, but on the south end, there is a semi-final product. It is a tan stained concrete that is roller stamped, which it's not it's not like a hotel level stamping, but it's a very quick and easy application for the Public Works crew to apply. So if you have opportunity to take a look, you have 2 or 3 days before Martin,
He's asking you to vote.
yeah, goes full
again?
bore.
He's asking you to vote.
Which one do you like?
But what is this for?
We're replacing the concrete, all of the concrete, sidewalk concrete in
Okay.
the downtown area from 6th to 8th.
We want
Yeah.
to set it apart from the rest of the sidewalks in town so that when you go to a downtown or an old town, there's generally some sort of different walking.
You know you've arrived.
Yeah, and so Robert came up with this idea of stamped concrete and
You have pavers over there too?
I only came up with it if you like it. If you don't like it, then it was already there.
All right, we good?
You do know what happens when we vote on art?
Yeah, no kidding.
Those kinds of things, right?
Those are tiles. We're not
Look up-
talking
look
about
up
tiles. We're not
tiles.
talking about tiles.
I have a color palette.
No, we don't have color palettes. We
Yeah,
don't
I have a color palette in the car.
All right, very good. Okay, so we're going to move on to item J11, approval of city invoices for the month of July 2024.
And I'll recuse myself since this involves my law firm.
All right, thank you, sir. Do we have any public comments on the matter?
I have no written requests. Carrie, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
All right, thank you. Council discussion or a motion?
Mayor, I'll move to approve the invoices in the amount of $112,418.23.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you. And on to item K, legislative updates and discussion.
no update tonight.
All right, thank you. Economic development update.
No, sorry.
Okay, all right, no on that either, okay. And city treasurer's report.
No update tonight.
All right, thank you, sir. City clerk? Okay. City attorney?
Nothing this evening.
All right, our city manager's report.
Doug is going to give a 3-minute report on swim lessons this summer.
Hey,
I just wanted to let you know that we did conclude our our swim lessons program. It was a really successful partnership with the school district. If you remember, I came and we executed the MOU. I am going to go say thanks to them and just let them know that we really appreciated that. We were able to have 134 families that participated in the 2 sessions. One of the things that we're really excited about, that was 51 preschoolers that did first-time swim lessons with us, which is really exciting. So it's 51 kids that learned for the first time how to fall into the pool correctly, how to get to the side, hopefully provide a safer environment and a safer experience around the pool, which is what our goal was. We were able to go through the staffing. We hired the one pool manager and 8 different lifeguards that were able to staff it for us for the summer. Had a great time, no incidents, and just really great time for our families. Although it was very hot when they were out there, we operated from 2 o'clock till 7 o'clock each Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at the pool, but very successful. A lot of great feedback from everybody, so it was a lot of fun.
All right, thank you. Anything else for that? Okay. Future agenda items, I'd like to add something. Could we get a report of the city-owned property throughout the city in terms of, what do we own? What is its current usage? Like, okay, we own the land for City Hall and so forth. Anything that's maybe not being used now but has a proposed use in the future? And then obviously also identify any unused or vacant land as well. And then, just have that as a presentation and then maybe just as a discussion from council. And then, because then this maybe could tie into, like, for example, our discussion that we had for the Grace Building. And then did we have any other agenda item requests from the council? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our council reports. Mr. Martinez.
Yes, I just want to mention that the National Night Out was a great turnout, and I appreciate all the public safety personnel there. And I had the opportunity of addressing the crowd just briefly, so I appreciate that. And it was great to see that the kids were having a great fun. There was someone riding a pony around with them on their backs, and they loved getting stickers. And it was a great event. So I appreciate all those that turned out and all that organized. It was the Parks District, but we had PD there in force, and it was nice to see. So I appreciate that, and that's all I have.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Foyt.
I believe we had a Finance and Audit Committee since the last time we met, or maybe there was one prior to that, but otherwise nothing else to report.
All right. Thank you. I was a busy guy. Had the ribbon cutting at DeForge Park. That was pretty fun, especially with the foam machine that was going off. That was pretty crazy to watch kids playing around in that. We had our Stewart Park groundbreaking, so we're excited about that. Was able to attend a couple of pop-ups in the park with Three Rings Ranch and Fallen Heroes. I also attended the Summit View groundbreaking. That is another affordable apartment complex, affordable housing complex coming into Beaumont on 8th Street. And what I'm really excited about that the most, like it was with Blossom, is that they have on-site management to help residents and so forth to become more self-reliant. I think that's a great opportunity. Attended the San Gregorio Pass Regional Water Alliance meeting, the TNOW meeting. Also, as a real estate broker, I was able to share our CFD search tool and did a presentation with Realty One Group here in town, so that was nice. Was at the Beaumont Breakfast, our PASCOM meeting with the state of the 5th District for Riverside County, and we also briefly attended, and I know that, Mr. Martinez did the same for our Veterans Expo that was held this past Saturday. And so, and then there'll be another big one coming up in January, so look out for announcements for that. And then so on to Mayor Pro Tem Laura.
Man, thank you, Mayor. Attended the State of District 5 on last Wednesday. It was a very good event, well attended. It really showed the supervisors' efforts in these cities within that district as well. It was well done. Also, just wanted to mention really quickly, AYSO opening day was last Saturday. I think there was 2.5 million kids there, at least. Fortunately, I was able to park at Stater Brothers and walk there, so it was nice. But the grounds were great. Fields were in great shape, nice and level, no holes. So just thanks to the grounds and maintenance staff for that. I appreciate that. AYSO is a very well organized machine, that's for sure. But that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. White, and close us out.
I agree. I'm glad to hear about the park. I didn't get over there, but, you know, we've had that problem with that field for 10 years. As long as I've been on council, we've been hearing complaints. I haven't heard anyone from AYSO come in and say, hey, the field looks great. But
I have received emails from the board, and I will say that they have expressed their gratitude to me.
okay,
So,
good. Good. And I too was at the Veteran Expo and the State of the Fifth. And I don't have a protected species. Did you have one tonight? You did not? Okay. Okay. That's all I had.
All right, thank you. So we are going to reconvene to our closed session after this, but we will close our general session at 9:31. Almost there.
And then, so the council met in closed session, and there was no reportable action taken.
And the meeting is adjourned at 10:39 PM.